All right. Actually, this is my first stream since I've been home. I don't know if everything's working properly. Got it all plugged in the way it used to be. Hello, Shura. Hey, JR. Another drink. I'm gonna actually play something Bullis just sent to me. Stupidest bitch ever. Hello, TNFS. Hey, Hermit. What is this? Can you guys hear okay?
The gorillas are the coolest thing ever. On our trek in, there was an Italian woman who was the single most annoying person I've ever met in my life. We get to the gorillas. The guide is like, okay, we're here. They're right around that corner. We communicate with the silverback to let him know we're okay. To let him know we're okay, we say, and if he's okay and it's a good time for him, he will respond. But if it's not a good time, he's going to go, which is bad news. And then if he starts sucking air into his lungs and filling his chest, which means he's going to start pounding his chest and then charge at you, you need to get on your knees and avoid eye contact. And she'd be like, oh no, I hope we get to see that. I'm going to pound my chest back and let him know who I am. And then at one point, she told her friend, take a picture of me. And she did a fake karate kick at the gorilla. The guide said, don't do that. And she goes, what? And then a couple minutes later, she saw the silverback and started pounding her chest. The guide said, if you do this, I can't protect you. I wanted the gorillas to kill her. I wanted to help them. I've never met someone this obnoxious. The gorillas are the coolest thing ever. On our trek in,
Wanted the gorillas to kill her. I wanted to help them. Hey, Bullets. Are you there? Hey, Hermit. Hey,
Mandy, how's it
TNFS.
going?
Good. How are you?
Welcome back. Good.
Thank you.
Good. Just been really busy today, man.
Yeah.
Lots of shit to do.
Yeah. How are things with the mama?
Chores and stuff.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, good. Yeah, things are good.
Yeah. Getting ready for your trip?
Really busy. Huh? Yeah. Hustling, just trying to catch up on everything, before we go on that. We leave Sunday. I figured you were coming on tonight. So that's why I canceled my mentor thing. I may do one tomorrow. I don't know. It depends on
Oh,
how
man.
busy I am. It's just
Yeah.
too damn late. I still got to go put supper up. I haven't done that yet, you know. So
Oh, shit,
yeah,
Bullets.
just lots of shit to do.
Oh, so you
I
didn't.
get up and I go nonstop.
Yeah. Oh, I know. You didn't want to cross the streams. I'm sorry. I postponed your mentor stream.
No, it's not a problem. No, not at
Okay.
all. Because I don't have time to do it today. I doubt I'll have time to do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I got so much, shit I got to catch up with, and prep to do, to go on these trips, pack suitcase and all that crap, make sure all the meds and everything are in order,
Yep.
before, I have to play cab driver,
Right.
take her ass up there, But it's my
Mm,
mom, she just had a birthday, so it's my birthday present to her, get
yeah.
her at the house, be good for her.
Yeah. It will be.
Yeah.
Plus, you
Good for
guys
you
like to
too.
gamble, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing some slots. I'll try my hand at craps again. Didn't do so hot on craps last time. Yeah, I lost $300. I was winning. I won like 150 on craps, and then I lost. Went in the hole. Probably about $300. And I'm like, yeah, it's time to quit. You know,
Jeez.
yeah. You need to like, well, it's like I explained to you before. You go up there with your allowance.
Hmm.
Whatever. Never go up there and gamble. Never go gamble. And with more money than you're willing to lose. You know, so anywhere between like 500. No more than $1,000 is all you need. And you really don't go there to gamble. You go there. Get your comps. And you can enter. Other things that they've got going on there, like they're giving away a car or something like that. And as a guest of the hotel, you can register for that. Some of these you have to be present. Some of them you don't. You just got to pick a casino and see what they're offering. Get your membership card. Maintain that because it's very important because they're gonna mail you shit all the time. Bonus plays. All kinds of stuff. Free food. Comped rooms. just anything, that can get you up there with, So, I mean, it's worth it. Like those rooms go anywhere between like $200 to $300 a night, depending on what you get. So if you average it out, I mean, if you're say like if you're only gambling like $600, you know, that's your base, that you're going to start gambling on, it's a win-win, because it basically
Yeah.
covers your hotel stay and everything in that loss. If you wind up
Mhm.
busting out, hey, you paid for the hotel stay, you got, to gamble a little bit and have some fun, maybe win some money. We do win every now and then, you know.
Yeah.
I've won as much as like 5 grand, over a weekend stay at the WinStar, you know. My mom, she's a killer. I've seen her win like up to like $20,000. It
Jesus.
just depends. Yeah, it just depends. But there
Yeah.
are, that was a long time ago. But there are times that you'll have a good winning streak, and there are times, you're just gonna break even. I think we've only busted out once. We went home in the hole. No big deal. We didn't lose anything that we weren't willing to lose you know. But I think I was telling you this one story about this lady that my mom met up there one time. She took her entire life savings up there. Her husband died, left her $100,000 life insurance policy, all the money she had in the world. She took it up to the Windstar because she freaking lost it all in like a couple of days. And it
Yeah.
was just stupid. Don't
Yeah.
don't do that. Do not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was stranded there at the casino, and my parents felt really sorry for her. So they took her to the bus station and got her a bus ticket home. Gave her a little
Yeah.
bit of lunch money, to have some, so she can buy some food, on her way back to whatever state she came from. But yeah,
Yeah.
be careful. Gambling.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
have
be
never been a
smart.
fan. Probably because of my mom. There were many times where my mom would gamble our school clothes money away. So I'm like,
Mhm.
I've just never had hundreds of dollars. I would just rather burn. Like, I don't know.
Right. Well, I gamble when I have time. If I have $5 in my pocket, I'll buy 5 lotto tickets. I play
Yeah.
Texas Lotto, sometimes Mega Ball. It just depends. And I don't pick my numbers. The majority of all
Mm.
the people that have ever won off of lotteries never won by picking their numbers. It's usually quick picks. So that's my advice. If you ever play Lotto, get a quick pick. And the reason why that is because you know, like I think the odds for like regular Texas Lotto in Texas is like 1 in 30 million, something like that, some insane
Hmm.
number.
Yeah.
But the amount of tickets in the spectrum, that they hit, what we're talking about is like the like in the bell curve of numbers and stuff. It's really hard to hit, and in each bell curve spectrum, say like if the total of your numbers is like 159 or 160, which is would be like the highest of the bell curve, the most common that hit, what you want to do is like play in like the 30s or 40s in the bell curve, of the total number of uh of the numbers that you're playing. You add them up. That's what I found. Sometimes it's just all over the place. So you're never going to hit the bell curve if you just keep playing. A total of 159, 160 on the bell curve. So what you want to do, you're better off just getting a quick pick and just playing at random. You know, that's what I've come to find. Every now and then, like I got lottery ticket here. I've hit 3 numbers. That's $13 right there. Hey, that's 13 lottery tickets. You know,
Mm.
and I've hit 5 numbers before. I used to pick my own numbers. I
Yeah.
had a system. You know, and I hit 5 numbers. I won the Texas lottery, but the problem is I didn't buy the ticket because when I run my numbers, I've got over 200 different numbers to pick from in that bell curve. You know,
Hmm.
and that's just in like if the total is like 158 or 159 that I'm playing for to get to like the highest part of the bell curve, which is probably like is the most common to hit. But you're looking at hundreds of thousands of combinations of different
Right.
numbers, and the
Right.
odds of you hitting those is just
Yeah.
insane. So don't even bother doing that. Even though I've done it, I did it for like almost 2 years, and I had fun doing it. But if I would have bought that number, if I would have picked that number out of the 200 that I had processed, I mean, I'd be a millionaire right now. You know,
Mm,
but
yeah.
looking at it, and yeah, because I was putting down anywhere between, I was buying $20, you know, every, twice a week is $40 a week, but I have that money to burn anyway, to throw at lotto to see if I win. But I would hit, like, the most I would hit would be like three numbers on average, but I'm pretty sure if I would have kept up at it, and just been more consistent, eventually I probably would have hit four. you know Hitting all five or six is really, really difficult to do, you
Yeah.
know so you're better off with the quick pick system.
If I ever play any kind of gambling, I'm gonna ask Tony Bruno about, because he was explaining, he likes to do that kind of stuff too, and he was
Hmm.
explaining his tactic and his technique.
Hmm.
It
Well,
was quite
I think
interesting.
I was listening to Criminal Minds one time. How sometimes they'll, like, quote like famous, people, in that
Hmm.
series, and there was this one episode where this gambler was going around killing people, to increase his luck. It was stupid, but one of the quotes was like, he show me a gambler with a system, and I'll show you a man in the grips of insanity, or something like that, you know. But
No,
that's the
he
way
has
that it
quite a
is.
system. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Well, a lot
let
of
me say
gamblers
hi to
do.
everybody. But
Hey,
let's
everybody.
yeah. I think I stopped at Kush. Hey Kush. There, I
Hey,
know I
Kush.
already got Bandit. Hello. Oh, he
Oh,
saw
I got
that
something to
video
say about
today.
Kush.
Oh
I
yeah.
got something to say about. Yeah,
Hey
yeah.
Shura.
As you all know, yeah, I won't be streaming on Sunday, but I believe, if I'm right, Iridium Kush is going to step up. He's going to stream on Sunday in my time slot. Please go
Okay.
over and check him out on Sunday at 8 o'clock if he is streaming. If
Yeah.
you are, Iridium, go ahead and confirm that in the chat. I appreciate it. Let everybody know where your channel is. Drop your link down there. And we'll get you some people over there. That'd be awesome. I'll even
JR.
tune in.
Yeah, me
But
too.
if I can get to the hotel on time,
Hey Marie, how are you?
same
Yeah,
time. Yep,
I think me
confirmed.
and
Cool.
Marie are gonna do a stream tomorrow. I have some women of the manosphere stuff to work out, to sort out. Some chameleon stuff.
You
Some
got some sorting to do,
misandry.
huh?
I have some sorting out to
Okay.
do. A little bit. Little bit. Hello, Lawrence. How are you?
Thank you, JR. Appreciate that. He says happy birthday to my mom.
Ah, at TNFS. Douglas, hello. Oh shit.
Marie.
Tony. Hey Tony. Salute.
YOLO Tony.
Uh-oh. Shit. Woody's here. I could not. Hold on. Woody, if you're still here, hold on 1 second.
Woody and Bandit. Is that your guest? Weren't you supposed to have a guest tonight?
I was RJ Regan. He's
Yeah,
still
yeah. RJ
traveling
Regan.
though. Yeah. So I
Okay.
set his to private. But hold on. Woody, you're still here. Let's see if I could play this.
Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno,
Did you hear that?
the black, the yellow, and
Mhm.
brown. Walk right in. You're
Let me play it again. Yeah, I tried to make a clip, but I emailed it to myself and it won't play it on my computer for some reason.
What is that?
It's a clip. Hold on.
Oh, it's Clifford. Oh, did you film that on your phone, or?
No.
Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno.
Apparently it's a thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's everybody that's here. Did you hear it, Woody? That's funny. I
heard
guess it's an
Woody
inside joke. Yeah, Woody Johnson.
Yeah, Woody Johnson, Tony Bruno.
Yeah. I guess it's some other Manosphere dude. I guess it's an inside joke. I don't know. Should we drop the
Yeah, a
link
lot of
and
these
let?
dudes I've never.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I mean, a lot of these dudes I've never heard of before. You know,
Yeah.
because I've done other things outside of the Manosphere too.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Spent a lot of time over at Lycan's camp, you know, for like the longest time.
Yeah.
And they're still over there too. Lycan's still over there doing his thing, you know.
Yeah. Doing sorting out some crazy bitches for sure.
I'm telling you, man, it's insanity over there. Like,
He is
can't
quite comfortable. He's comfortable in the drama sphere, collecting crazy bitches for my list. He does a damn good job too.
he is, man. He's
Yeah.
one of the most stoic motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your life.
Yeah.
Jamie? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yep.
can handle his shit.
Yeah. Yeah, he can. I've seen him get a little frustrated a couple times. I've gone in there and being like, okay, you know, don't let these crazy bitches get to you. Like they're lying. Don't forget that, because I could tell he sometimes he gets a little down about it, but he oh yeah.
Yeah, it's something else over there, man.
Yeah.
It's just a lot to keep up with. That's one reason why I like you know, a lot of people started getting hostile at me because I guess I was like, you know, interrupting their drama, whatever the hell they had going on. So, it got stupid at the end. So I'm like, you know what? I just need to let go my own way. You know.
Yeah. Yeah,
I did
that's
for a long time.
yeah.
And then I bumped into you via Salty Cracker.
The Salty
You
Cracker
come
brought you back.
a Salty Cracker. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta check in with Mrs. Salty and see how things are going. She kept trying to send me stickers. I'm like, I don't want the stickers. Keep your damn stickers. Oh, sweet. Yeah. Oh,
Tony says he's streaming tomorrow.
Yeah. Hello, Kush.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, Paul's one of my favorites. He's a boot camp dude. He's no bullshit. He's tough love kind of guy.
Okay.
So how are you guys?
I'll have to go over there and drop him a sub.
Yeah. Here, let me pull up there.
No,
Here, let's see. Oh, do you have?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got this.
T21 Surfer. How are you, Kush?
I'm doing great. I'm doing
Kush,
really
hold
well.
on a second. Okay, now I can hear you.
Here's Tony's channel.
Yeah, I just dropped it in the chat right there. That's Tony's chat. I mean, Tony's channel.
Okay.
Tony's channel.
Tony's channel. Okay. All right. Good to go?
Mm-hmm.
What's going
Okay.
on, man?
Oh, just good to go. I just wanted to. I did want to confirm. I did confirm it in the chat. I do have a stream lined up for Sunday night, 8 p.m. Central. So I'm gonna schedule it for that.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna say who the guest is yet, but you know very well who that person is, and he's accepted it. So it's a go. So
bleeping awesome.
Yeah. Yep. So I'll be filling in for your shoes while you're hopefully winning money. I think I wrote that in the chat. The last time I went to a casino, it was in Vegas. Last time I played at the casino, I played blackjack for 5 minutes and lost $100. And I said, "That's it. I'm done."
Well, you know, I mean, there's plenty of, you know, of games and stuff that you can practice at home online too. You know, like video poker. I've played a little bit of video poker. There's different types of poker that they have. you know. But if you're gonna play, those games, you want the way that they advise, you want to play high limit because playing high limit's really the only way that you're gonna, make any money with the penny machines. You know,
Yeah.
it just really depends. You just got to know what you're looking for, and just know how to work your bets and stuff. It's kind of like when I start a machine, I'll start a little bet, like $1, just to see how the machine's rolling. And if it's hitting, I may try, to up my bet a little bit, maybe 250 or $3, $5. Sometimes, rarely, I'll hit max bet if it goes up to 8 or 10. Sometimes I hit. I mean, I was on my last $5, and I put it in a slot machine, and I hit, like $500 right there, on the first pull. So yeah, it just really depends. All these machines are random. There's no tricks to them or anything like that. You know, they kind of like, each machine has to pay out at a certain time. They have to hit their jackpots. They have to. By law, they have to hit a jackpot within a certain period of time.
Hmm.
It's just, researching, knowing your shit, and then looking into it, and definitely do your research before you go.
Oh yeah, and if you're into gambling, I'm a 2 hour drive, 2.5 hour drive from Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun. If you ever heard of those, they're two two pretty famous casinos in Connecticut. They're on the Native American reservations, on there, and they're huge. I think which one is it? Foxwoods is I think one of the world's largest casinos. So yeah,
Probably
pretty
one of the
crazy.
world's largest, but the world's largest is by far is, I think WinStar holds second place.
Hmm.
But there's a casino in China that holds the world record for biggest casino in the world. But
Yes.
WinStar is constantly expanding, But I hate WinStar, man, because it's just so damn long, you know. They built it linear, and they need to like turn it around and put it in a circle or something like that to make it, easier to get around to. Or they should have done it in a spiral pattern, instead of like making it one long building, because it's a bitch to
Yeah.
get across that sucker,
Hey,
Thinking like-
by the
Yeah.
bullets. Can we switch the subject from gambling because Bandit's here and I want to hear about his bullshit fucking training
It's your
thing.
show.
His tranny. It's his tranny training that he's been putting up with this
I was
week.
gonna say, YOLO Bandit, what's up? And who's the other dude?
Yeah.
Hey, Bandit.
That's Douglas.
Hey, Doug. How you
Oh,
doing,
sorry, Doug. I muted you because there was a bunch of rustling in the background.
Oh.
Hey, Doug.
That's okay.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Nice to see everybody.
Good to see you too. Yeah, Bandit, will you please tell me about your work mandated tranny training, please? Are you there, Bandit?
Wake up, Bandit. Wake up, buddy.
He's had to put up with a whole bunch of bullshit training at his work.
Yeah, I
Do
think
you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We can hear you now.
So it was doing my annual compliance training. I'm like, oh, normally it's the same. Like you can copy the answers 1 year from they don't even change the answers. So you just
Right.
copy it and you just put up with the bullshit. You just have it in the background. And this year I had a new one, and it was like it was die training. I'm like, oh no, here we go.
Yeah.
Which, if you guys don't know what die stands for, it's
Diversity, inclusion, equity.
Oh
It's-
God.
Feminist bullshit.
Yeah. So,
Ugh.
and it was, I did a double take, and it was one of those. Do you know like those, like early '90s style where they do like a scene, and then they'll have like cutouts where they'll do like it's like a picture cut up with a guy. It's like over dramatized where you have like if you get the answer right, they like smile, and if you get it wrong, they give you like a stern look kind of thing.
Yeah.
I had one, and it was like, oh, so this person transitioned from a guy to a girl, and then the boss was like, "So how do I address you? Are you a man, a woman? I don't even know who you are anymore." And then the guy's like, "When there's discrimination, are you supposed to sit back and do anything?" And I'm like, "Really?" So we had to answer like different ways of coping, like changing the subject or defending her, whatever they want to call it. And I was like, this is bullshit. I was like, and it was literally like a 45-minute presentation that I had to pass.
45 minutes.
Yeah, there was like 4 different scenarios. Yeah, it's just,
I hate this planet sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at my boss. I'm like, do we have die training? Because most of the people in my company, other than management, are pretty based because it's finance. Most of it's Republicans. We talk about sports and do your stuff. As long as your numbers are good, they'll leave you alone. Like I don't like they treat people like a freaking adult. And we all looked at each other when we saw the die training. We're like, oh no, here we go. We're like, we're like kind of like indirectly making fun of it without speaking in code to make fun of it, because you're just looking at it going, this is flat out ridiculous. And the person's wearing like a woman pantsuit but has like my kind of voice, like a deeper voice with like, it's ridiculous.
I'd get kicked out for laughing. I don't know if I could keep my shit
And
together.
it was every single, like, everybody on the training, there was no white male. The white male was the evil guy. Everybody else was either like Hispanic woman. This person was a transitioned white male to female. It was a black guy, and the only evil people in all of this was the white man. I'm like, wow, let's talk about stereotypes.
Right. Kush, you don't have to deal with any of that bullshit at your company, right?
Not too much. They'll do that. They'll do a little bit of that once a year, but it's a lot like what Bandit described. Most of the people I work with are adults for the most part, except for the engineering manager who walks in my office with the Mickey Mouse socks.
Oh God.
Yeah, that happened. No joke. And then he wonders why I have trouble taking him seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a manager, you're supposed to address the role. Like, if I got promoted to a leadership role, I don't go in my. I mean, I can go in my job right now in jeans and a t-shirt. Minimum I'd be wearing if I was a lead manager would be jeans and a polo shirt every day, and dress up days I would be in a suit or business casual. Like I couldn't get away with wearing like a jersey, unless it was like a jersey day. But like, no. That doesn't work.
I never
like
do that at work. I never do that. And no, like you said, I mean, if I showed you pictures of what this guy's like, he's about the same height as me. He weighs, I don't know, 320 pounds.
Big dude.
Big dude. And he wears those kinds of shirts that show off way too much of it. Yeah, if I showed you pictures of this guy, you'd just be like, what the 3/5 of a fuck.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, this guy had a heart attack like 3 years ago, a major heart attack, and has probably gained more weight, I would say, than he has lost. And I'm like, buddy, you are up one. And I remember we had to go up a flight of stairs because we're storing old paper files in a rental office space, and we're trying to get that shit cleared out, go get it all scanned and digitized. And we were just going up this single flight of stairs. It's an old building, so they're kind of steep. He's behind me on this flight of stairs, gasping for breath, gasping. And I'm like, dude, how do you make it in our customers' plants? I mean, typically our machines on 3rd and 4th floor chemical plant mezzanines. How do you get up a freaking mezzanine like that, dude? It's just, you're literally a step away from that, and it's just it's because this guy's just been so mired and sold out to the system of usury, and whatever the state of Massachusetts tells this guy to do, he will do it, no matter what, no matter how stupid, no matter how silly, no matter how unreasonable. If they tell him to do it, he will do it. I've never seen such brainwashed thinking as around here sometimes. So
Yeah. Like the part I don't get is like with like some of the training I have is important, like AML, which is anti-money laundering. Like there's some important stuff that we have to do compliance wise. And then you have like this die training. It's like it's ridiculous. It's such a waste.
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
heard.
sure like next year I'm gonna have like calisthenics, like how to sit in your chair, how to not get like I have these horror stories from like my dad's job. Like he has to get calisthenics training, like how to properly sit on his desk, what the angle of his arm should be for typing and all this other bullshit. I'm like, I don't know. He's like 6 hours a year of training he has to do. That's all bullshit. It's
Yeah.
worse than me. So
you'll like this little trick, little gimmick that our customers in California and New York have to do now, because we do business in the states. Because if I go on a sales visit or a trade show out to LA, for example, like I did 4 months ago, that's considered having a temporary business presence in the state of California, and you have to pay tax on that, sales tax. On
What?
Yep. No
That's
joke.
fucked up.
No
That's fucked.
freaking joke. And we had to do the same thing. We had to do a similar thing for the state of New York because we have customers in the state of New York. We had to have a person from the state of New York in Albany had to come to our office. We had to pay her to give us training on proper etiquette at
Yeah.
places in New York, in the state of New York.
Her. You pay her.
We had to pay her, and this woman didn't know shit from Shinola.
Yeah.
I mean, total head up the ass. Just a waste of money, and it's just like that. Just another way of the state of New York reaching into other states' pockets, other companies.
Yep. Actually, there was something like that happened with Texas A&M with the whole lockdown and the virus stuff, because Texas A&M didn't mandate their employees to take the vaccine. They had a bunch of contractors from other states, and they were putting pressure on Texas A&M to start mandating because they mandated it in that state, and they threatened to cut off their contracts. So A&M was like this close to conceding to it, because we're talking about billions of dollars worth of money. They were like, well, our people from our company don't feel comfortable going to places because they're supposed to come here for training, like with Teeks. Oh, we don't feel comfortable sending them unless we know that your people have already had the vax. So we're going to need a list of vaccinated. These guys were like, fuck you guys. Like, that's a HIPAA violation, for one.
Is it?
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's a major HIPAA violation, and it's also a 2003 CPI law, which is a Consumer Protection Information Act. It's technically against what's another one? The Patriot Act, because that declassified some of your personal information under HIPAA, which made HIPAA stronger. I mean, there's so many laws that's going against. Anybody that asks about your medical information is 100% against HIPAA and the CPI. So
Oh yeah, that's totally illegal. I remember one of my colleagues saying, "Oh yeah, a restaurant we went to, we had to show our Vax cards." I'm like, "Bullshit! You asked me that? I have the right to ask you if you had a venereal disease, an STD."
Yeah.
I
Well,
bet
it's not
you.
just-
How many of you would answer yes to that fucking question, huh?
Right.
well,
I bet you
it-
every one of you in this fucking restaurant.
right.
it's not even that. The thing that people don't understand with the CPI is you have to store and use that information on an as needed or planned notice. So they're every time someone in a restaurant asks you for they're not storing it. That information is supposed to be a need to know basis. They're supposed to store that information in a database where you can't be picked out, like your key demographics, and when they do studies and all this stuff. So anytime a restaurant asks you for this information, they're giving information to the wrong people to store information, a complete violation of the CPI, and that's like a $250,000 fine. Like, if you want to play ball, let's play ball.
Hey, Douglas, do you have any work experience with all these bullshit diversity, inclusion, equity policies?
No. Fortunately, I don't. Now, at my previous employer, we had transgender people there,
Yeah.
but no, there was not any special like pull aside meetings to address it. We all just pretty much just did what we were always doing, and being grown ups about it, and
Yeah.
and like it's weird. It's weird to me to see that. But then I just move on with my job. And, but no, I don't, I've never been pulled aside personally. And I'm fixing to start a new job. So I'm curious about what they're going to say about it because, it seems like it's pretty dominant for a small minority of people.
Right.
Like most people are not transgender.
Right.
And I'm not saying that I hate them. I don't, but the majority of people are not that. I'm assuming.
Yeah, but in our society today, we like to sacrifice the many to save the few, which seems completely fucked up.
I have no problem with these people practicing whatever they want to practice, but I've seen statistics where it's going up. That's not a number that should be increasing. That's being artificially done, and that's not acceptable.
Well, they keep promoting it and applauding it. Of course, it's going to go up.
So yeah,
Well, this
the
is
funny
the
thing is,
if I can interject.
oh, you go ahead, Bullets. Go ahead.
No, I work here in Austin. It's kind of like the San Francisco of Texas.
Right.
And there's a huge LGBTQ queer culture, homosexual culture in Austin, and there always has been. A lot of them hang out at Hippie Hollow off Lake Travis, which is supposedly like a nude beach where everybody hangs out at, and a lot of homosexual activity goes on out there. But I've worked, with these people. I've worked with trans. I've worked with homosexuals in various jobs and businesses, that that I was involved in over the years. And it never bothered me, their lifestyle. Their lifestyle was their lifestyle, wasn't my lifestyle,
Right.
But I've never had anybody around me, bring up the topic, that they had any issue with somebody else's lifestyle, be they trans or homosexual or anything like that. It was pretty much automatically accepted. I mean, whatever floats your boat, whatever you do in your own bedroom is your business. I'm not going in there, so it doesn't.
Right.
It has no
Exactly.
effect on me
Exactly.
whatsoever. It doesn't have never had any effect on me at work at all. Working with these people, they show up on time just like I do. They bust their ass and do their job just like I do. Then all of a sudden, like a year or two ago, we need all this diversity and inclusion bullshit. I mean, we didn't need this back in the 90s or the
Right.
80s. Everybody was pretty much accepting of all of it. It's only since these Marxists started to come out and pushing this leftist bullshit, this woke CRT bullshit, this racist bullshit, that they started pushing this on everybody. It's a political agenda disguised as LGBT. It's hiding like the same way Antifa hides behind the feminists. Anyway, I digress, and I'm going to pass it on to Bandit.
All right. Well, to add on, the area where a lot of people are not understanding why it's being passed to all these companies is, in order for you to be sold on the stock market, it's called, you have a social index score, which tells how, diverse and how how many women are in management roles, what how many trans people are in your company, all this stuff. And you won't be, if you don't have a high enough score on that index, it's like a giant red flag, and a lot of stocks won't actually, you won't be able to be sold on some exchanges because of your social score. That's the driving factor. It's all about, comes down to the money. So if it affects the business's money, that's why they have a a social inclusion director and all this stuff, because it's all because of the stock market. Because Congress decides, okay, you need to have a social credit score for companies, and if they don't do certain things, they score low, and then you have all these activist groups go in and say, hey, why don't you have a, diversity and inclusion director, or an inclusion officer or something like that. And then what happens is you have these scores, and then you have companies that go in and say, okay, you have these regulations. If you want to meet our stamp of approval that you're a quote unquote diverse company, you need to follow these benchmarks. And then you basically get like a stamp of approval saying, okay, you're a diverse firm. You can use that as a selling point. So they use it for selling. So they use it for the selling team. Like, oh, if you want to we might say sell widgets, and we got the stamp of approval from this accrediting agencies that we are the number one diverse company in the field, and they use it as a selling point. Like this is where the cancer goes. Like it goes deep, real deep. And the only way this gets unfucked, lack of a better term, is basically times are going to have to get tough, and companies are going to have to go, we can't afford to have a diversity and inclusion director anymore because we can't function as a business. So we need to get rid of the fat. And those, especially when you're spending, these people are getting upper level $200,000 salaries and stock options and everything. You can't afford to have a VP of diversity and inclusion when the companies are suffering. So in a sense, when things are going to get rough, you're going to see a lot of this bullshit go away.
Yeah.
Companies can only afford to deal with this kind of bullshit when times are good. When times get bad, all this is going to get canned. They're going to be like, oh, we'll take the hit because we can't afford it. It's the first thing to go in a company is marketing and HR. And that's for a reason. Because most of them are diversity hires.
Wait, can I interject here? Unwanted Contriver is backstage, and usually he lets himself up. I don't know if he's waiting on me. Contriver, are you there?
Yeah, he's here. I see him.
Yeah, he just came up.
But yeah, because I put him up, but he has access to this. I don't know why he didn't let himself up.
Maybe he's being polite.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
You're here. We hear you.
Hello, friend. Namaste.
The Deepak Chopra of MGTOW.
That's it.
What's up, Contriver?
That's him. One and only.
Hello, sirs and madams of the world.
How you doing, brother?
Shall we say, trans-Pacific cousins?
Yeah.
Oh, I was actually, it is 7:18 a.m. over here. So I was actually, rolling out my car. So actually, I was in the backstage deliberately because I had to, roll out my car because I have to go somewhere.
Okay.
I mean, my father has to go somewhere, not me.
Yeah.
So I rolled up the car for him. That's it.
That's nice. Yeah, I wasn't sure because you were just back there for a while.
Oh no, I have been here perhaps for 5 minutes or something. During morning time, you also have some household chores that you have to do. Tidy up the house, roll up the mattresses and everything. Since I, sleep on the floor and everything. So, I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah.
Anyways, so what is happening? I mean, Bandit is telling, I think, about the maneuverability of things that businesses cannot run. Well, businesses are offered tax cuts and rebates of some sort regarding corporate tax and everything. If you follow these very, uh, unnatural orientations, values of the world, shall we say, and these are the things that is done by pouring money by the government itself. Again, the elephant in the room is government, not anything else. I mean, you take government out of the view and everything would fall in place. So it is these sort of, shall we say, policies are first of all professed and purported cultivated by the government, and then it is radiated outwards via businesses, via making it a public policy, domestic policy, of course, isn't it?
It is, but it's more inferious than that because like government by design can absorb a good level of incompetency. Like you could have 30% of government being incompetent and it could still run functionally. You have 30% of a business that runs incompetently, you're done.
Yep.
Might as well like stick a fork in you. You're gonna get bought out. You're gonna be sold for parts. I mean, there
It
companies
is
are
not
such a
about
small.
sticking the fork, bandit. It is about twisting the knife even further. I mean, if I could draw a similar analog in that regard, the thing is, get woke, go broke became the narrative because all of these multi-billion dollar industries, whether it is PC gaming or PlayStation or anything else, they go woke and then they go broke. They made Superman gay or bisexual. Now, who is going to watch Superman, the next movie? Tell me. Nobody. There is no sort of remedial action that could be taken. First of all, congratulations, you have burnt down the total, the the franchise that has been there since the 40s of Warner Brothers and DC and so on and so forth. You are going to burn down the entire civilization via government just issuing directives, and you have to either, shall we say, fall in line or fall on the other side. So the days of saving businesses or something are all gone. I mean, it is now on, shall we say, uh, medium scale level, not even medium scale level, small scale industries like moms and pops stores and all that. That is the only thing that could be saved, and that too in a very regional, localized environment via self sustenance. That's it.
I
Yeah.
agree, Contriver. The company we work for is a small company, and that puts us at a big advantage because we can adapt quickly to different changes in the industry. And yeah, it's exactly like you said. We don't have these same stupid policies and BS that these big companies have. We're able, I'm in such a high management role that I can operate in relative impunity at this point, which is awesome, which is absolutely awesome. So I would never have achieved that kind of status in a big company like that. So I completely agree.
Oh, being a straight white man.
Yeah,
No, it
trust.
is not so much about color. I mean, okay,
Oh,
since
it kind of
you
is.
brought it up,
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
kind
you
of
know,
is
you
a
could see
problem.
the color of the skin over here. It
yeah.
is
But
also brown.
you're brown.
Yeah, so I mean, at least the intersectionality as a whole could agree on one thing, and that is that these woke politics is not going to get you anywhere in this world
Yeah.
regarding whether it is small scale industries or whether it is large scale industries. And when I mean industries, I mean real work. I mean, not these entertainment industries and 5G connections and all that. When I say iron ore, converting coal into steel plates, railings, wires, optical fiber cable network, bronze copper wires, that sort of industrialization from where the real industrialization starts. First of all, America has already exported most of its industries. Whatever is left of it to China, and for some different purposes, because after the Sino-Soviet split, they wanted China to be created as another Frankenstein monster on the Soviet flank. Well, good job. You destroyed Make Women Thin again.
No. Hold on. This is for Kush. Kush, remember the other day when you were going on about that rant about those fat asses you were sitting, and I was like, drop the link. I'll show you something that'll make you feel better. This is what I was going to show you.
Oh, where do I
Wow.
get one? Where do I get one?
Is this a real thing?
It looks like a
Ah,
real hat.
21 Studios is in the
Yeah.
house.
that's where you get them, right there. Is it the real 21 Studios though?
Awesome.
I don't know.
Oh, sure, it probably is. Yeah, I don't
It
know.
could be. That's where you get them.
Yeah, make him thin again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
No,
they're
I said that on my stream on Tuesday. I saw that Mandy, she had to leave. She was boarding her plane. I think I just said, I hope you don't get sandwiched between two fat fucks.
No, I didn't. Actually, no, I sat next to a 68-year-old black woman, and we literally talked the entire time. And guess what? She is absolutely against all the fuckery that's going on. But something she did say, because she was like, I don't know how this happened. The world seems upside down. And we spent the entire flight talking shit about crazy bitches. But guess what? She's been voting her entire life Democrat down the line. She doesn't even know who she's voting for. She's just been voting Democrat.
Hey, at
Look,
least you
in a
guys have
sense-
options. I have
There's my
nobody.
new one there.
I have to vote for either Mehmet Oz or
Douglas.
a freaking guy that has a stroke victim. Like literally,
Right.
Showing
Fetterman.
his
Fetterman wants. is a
Let's
stroke
Go
victim.
Brandon t-shirt.
Yes.
Anyways, sorry to
Yeah,
cut
he's
you
got
off,
one. He
Bandit.
met with
Please
Brandon
go on.
today.
Yes.
He's desperate. He met with Joe Biden today. Fetterman
Mhm.
did. You know,
Oh,
that's
God.
how desperate he is to try to, because he knows he's on his way out. I mean,
Emperor
Oz is
has
just
no
got
clothes.
popularity.
Anyways, I mean,
Oh.
it is not a political issue. That is the thing. People think that this is a political issue. No, this is a sociological issue, and you have to find the cure outside of the ambit of the government.
Right.
The Duluth model was constructed by the government. You take away Duluth model, you would have very large number of, at least I would say around 85% of families would be back. Today, right now as we
Oz-
speak, if
I think-
Thanos
Oz is
snapped
aligned.
and shall we say, Thanos snapped and, you could hear the poof sound, you would see 85% of families come back because in the absence of government itself, in the
Yeah.
absence of the guarantee by the state itself, people form large families. First of all, not one and two kids, which is below replacement level, because many kids also die from influenza, many kids die from dengue and malaria in
Yeah.
third world countries. Two of my brothers died. I'm the only one surviving. So people die from malnutrition, people die from starvation, people die from pandemics and all that. Epidemiological causation, call it what you will. People
Yeah.
used to have large families, at least 5 children per family.
Yeah.
Now people are not having because sex is everywhere except for the bedroom, and
Right.
and the family is not being even within the taboo issue of sexual intercourse or a physical relationship, it has been totally desensitized and deracinated from its original purpose, which was procreation. So I mean, it is not a family oriented thing anymore.
Yeah.
So if that is not the case, again, we are looking into how we could maneuver around the system, or how we could outmaneuver the system, or in a sense, we would be able to outsmart the system itself. Well, the thing is, we cannot outsmart the system. We have never been able to. Even if we do today, even if we try those fighter pilot sort of maneuvers and all that, from Top Gun Maverick style, we still would be at a disadvantage because the state is going to reach to our doorstep 25 to 30 years later,
Yeah.
Well,
even if
dep-
someone is young today. So, uh, as Real Talk already said, educate, elevate, separate.
Yeah.
Once there is a complete, shall we say, absence of the government or incompetency or inefficiency of the government due to multiple reasons, not only ours, then you would be able to, sit down across the ceasefire violations. The ceasefire would happen, and then the talks would commence for negotiations.
All right. So, what's the deal with that? I have not seen these before. Anthony, did you
No,
bring the sex bots with you?
no, that hits a lot of channels lately. They've been really pushing
Yeah,
no,
that on a
it's
lot of channels.
yeah,
even
It's just
seen a
even
lot.
this one,
you get to a certain size
these
and
are
it's banned.
bots actually.
Yeah, they're all
Mm.
bots. There's nothing you can
Yes.
do about it. It's a
Not
YouTube
today,
problem.
sexy bots.
But
Well, it looks like the wrenches are doing their job. So
Get them, outlaw.
Contriver, to add to your point, the only way you're going to fix it is getting rid of the Duluth model, getting rid of birth control, and
No, birth
then
control is fine. Look,
no
birth
birth
control
control.
is fine.
Hold on, let me
Okay,
finish.
okay.
Reason why I say get rid of birth controls is it's because it's going to allow you to make having sex the consequences of having that exchange you're going to have. It's going to force people to make rational decisions because there's going to be negative outcomes if you have it without wedlock. You have to link consequences with actions. So
Have
Well,
you?
if
I
you have birth control,
yeah.
it's a double-edged sword, and I understand you're going to have a lot of unwanted pregnancies, but at the same time, there was a thing called shotgun weddings. So
Right.
there, you have to look at it. You have, if you're going to take the Duluth model away, you have to take birth control away, and you also have to you have to find a system where the community is number one. The individual is number one at the top. Second is the community, and it goes up from there. So government is on the bottom. Flip the order of responsibility. The government's on the bottom.
Yeah. Actually,
Individuality and community
well,
is at the top.
okay, hold on. I might be able to help take birth control away because it was funny. Like Coach Greg Adams was one of the speakers, and he was going along his monologue, and he was talking about the history of feminism and all the things, and he was talking about birth control and how he's like, yeah, and if you look at the side effects, and he's like, flip it over, and it says crazy bitch.
Wow.
So I'm like thinking like how, because I want to do these crazy bitch boot camps, and these are going to be voluntary at first in the private sector for women, but in the public sector I want them to be mandatory. And I think
Have
birth
you?
control is one of those things that we can talk about, because I mean it does make bitches crazy.
I would tell you, realistically speaking,
Uh-huh.
birth controls are not going anywhere. I would tell you how.
Hmm.
Texas opened a sex doll brothel, a
What?
brothel,
What?
house of
When?
sin,
When?
whorehouse.
When?
I mean, I'm just getting to the point actually. Uh, it was around in 2018 or 2019 after
Texas sex
we got labeled as a hate group.
brothel.
No, it got closed down after two
Oh,
weeks
okay.
after protest from the local community.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
so earlier, my friend from dollhouse.com and all elsewhere, they used to manufacture in America and UK. I
Right.
mean, via the silicon and everything, they used to have one small little factory for and international, continental shipping and all that, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Then they found it cheaper to manufacture that in China. So
Yeah.
they have totally stopped their business operations of at least of the manufacturing from North America as well as Europe. and totally relocated it in China.
Right.
Now I was there talking to, and one of my friend in India, he's living by the way in Australia, and he is a factory owner of a very rich business family from India. So I introduced two people on Discord server, and they got in touch with each other, and he relocated again some of his operations from China to India in a factory,
Right.
in a warehouse sort of a factory. And sex dolls are being made in China, as well as some of its operations are being done in India. Now, which tells us if we are not going to go into scientific and technological advancement and whatnot, then people are not going to revert back just because we have stopped doing some sort of innovation and technological exchange. People are going to do that eventually. So the Chinese are going to do that, the Japanese are going to do that, the South Koreans might do that. We cannot go away from this brave new world in that. I mean that is a very pessimistic view. I understand that, but that is a very realistic view and realistic terms, if we would agree on that very point.
And that's dog.
I love it. Is that a chihuahua?
It's a Shih Tzu.
Where what convention did you go to, good mother?
Oh, the
Yes.
21 Studios convention.
Tell us all
Oh,
the
was
juicy
Jesse Lee
tidbits,
there this
all
year?
the gossips.
No, Jesse
No, he
Lee was
wasn't.
not there. No.
Oh,
He's been excommunicado. So
oh, that sucks. I like him.
yeah, well apparently gay bashing and then behind the scenes being gay is not cool.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that a lot of people liked him, but the hypocrisy can't be stood for.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
What again was this trip you went on?
The 21 convention.
Okay.
21. Here, I'll share their channel.
How
It
was
is
it?
actually a 21 Studios. It was started back in, I suppose, 2016 or 2017. It is sort of a breathing space that provides to different panelists and speakers who share their opinions and their work regarding manosphere in general.
Yeah. Actually, Anthony's been, I guess, doing it for 15, 16 years.
Yeah, I just
So,
subbed to his channel, so
yeah, here. I'm definitely going next year. I'm bringing Cam. I was telling Cam about some of the stuff. He's like, man, I should have came. I was trying to get him to come with me, but he's like, Mom, I don't like politics. And I'm like, dude, it's not like politics. It's, personal development shit that I know you're into.
He would have loved, since he is into physical fitness and all,
Oh,
he
yeah.
would have loved, listening to Elliot, Yo Elliot.
Yeah.
And he is one of those people who makes a man out of you. In
Yeah.
his gym, there has been a rule that if you are not deadlifting and completing the reps, you are not allowed to go home. To hell with your job, to hell
Mhm.
with your age. If you are not completing the reps, you are not going home. It is
Yeah.
just like a school or a dojo, traditional dojo for strength training and whatnot. So my trainer actually used to train over there when I was in Canada, training in Gold's Gym. He is a former student of Elliot.
Mm. By the way, happy birthday, Outlaw.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy birthday,
birthday, you
Outlaw.
outlaw.
Oh,
YOLO,
here,
happy birthday.
Outlaw. I'll play Hamster's raid thing for your birthday. How about that? You like strippers, right?
Yeah.
Here. This
Good.
is for Outlaw's birthday, right here.
I like to say something for the record. For the record,
That's a huge
Yeah.
bitch.
here,
Oh,
I have so many questions.
hold on. That was all the women that were at the fucking dude. This convention was at this resort, and it's like all the 21 Studios people that were there were all like fit and normal looking, and all the people that were going to Disney looked just like that, and they were driving around in carts and shit. I've never seen so many fat people in one area.
I saw that
let me
when I
just
was
say
in
this real
Tampa.
quick.
Yeah, what, Bandit?
I was going to say the hero of that video is the stripper pole. How the hell does that thing not break? I have no idea. That thing should
That
get
is
a
a
Purple
man
Heart.
of steel, a rod of steel.
That pole should get like a Purple Heart, a Medal of Honor for staying together.
Hazard pay.
We would give them the highest gallantry award in India to that very pole. That is not a pole. That is a pole. I mean,
pole's my
like a
hero.
North Pole or South Pole. Let us declare it
It's probably
the
if
pole
we
of
know it's the only
bravery.
thing that's holding the building up.
So
Emmanuel.
when they say brick house, is it the house or is it that woman? Because that
I
woman
don't
was
know.
huge.
I don't know. Hamster used to raid my channel, so I made a little present for when he raids it. he likes gingers, so I thought I'd find the fattest redheaded stripper that didn't break the pole.
Should have broke the pole. That would have been even better.
Oh man,
I rated Hamster's stream last week.
did you?
Yeah. But I was finishing up mine and I just went on and I went on his and I just said, everybody go over there.
Look at Marie. She's all trying to be sweet. Everybody's like clowning, and she's like, I shared a picture of a cake I made.
Well, good mother, I had eyes, but now I don't anymore. Thanks.
I know.
Brutal.
Well, torture.
And simps still pay money for that shit. That's what scares me.
I don't know.
The days of the simps is going to end soon because when easy money becomes hard money, no one's going to be able to afford all this crap. I don't care.
Look.
Even the people that are making millions of dollars are still going to be hoarding their cash. They're not going to be spending money on these hoes. It's all going to go down.
Mr. Bullets, Mr. Bullets, remember Venezuela? There were slut box and gay pride parades happening before nationalization of oil. Now there are no more slut box and gay pride parades happening.
Nope.
Why is that?
Because
I'm kind of interested in what Iran and Saudi Arabia are doing. Iran is doing drone strikes in Ukraine, and Saudi Arabia is cutting back, oil production by 2 billion barrels a day.
You guys
heard
haven't
about
heard the
this
news.
too. I heard the news.
Yeah, 20. We only have 25 days of diesel in America. That's it. That's all we have. 25
Really?
days of diesel.
We're
Then the
we're
whole
in
country runs out of
shit
diesel.
to go to war.
That means no farm equipment, no heavy machinery, anything that produces stuff on a medium to large scale requires diesel fuel at some level. And all logistics is diesel. So, like you're talking about societal collapse is in 23 days.
Wow.
23 days, that's it. So you're looking at right after the election, it's going to be turning into the purge day.
Really?
Yeah, like seriously, like 2 weeks after the election, we run out of diesel fuel.
Well,
Holy
I don't need
Stock up on
diesel.
groceries now.
No, you need diesel. Like diesel is all logistics. Every single truck or train that moves stuff around, any freight train is diesel. Like the whole country's logistics run off diesel and jet
A
fuel.
carton of eggs in Texas shot up $2 in my area within a week. It's $5 a dozen now.
Wow.
Well, what I understand that Brandon was trying to do is he was trying to negotiate with the Saudis prior to this election here to get the Saudis to produce more oil to lower prices artificially in anticipation of the election. And the Saudis pretty much told him,
Good.
That is
and good for
in
them.
a,
Yeah. Good.
in a
yeah.
sense. In a sense, it was a dilemma, because the reason being, if Russia floods the market with their oil and gives at a discounted rate, what are the Saudis going to do?
Right.
Nothing.
You got the whole petrodollar thing.
Yes, I mean that is a different issue. I'm talking about the supply demand chain. And regarding that, if the Russians flood the markets with oil, then if Europe, regarding the Nord Stream pipeline, we have seen as to what has happened. Now, if it is further going to continue as we speak, then you are going to, align the Russian as well as the Chinese interests more and more so, because Europe is dissociating from Russian energy, and it is not that much easy as people think it is to transition from Russian heavy, shall we say, heavy crude oil to American shale gas. For that, you need to have pipelines. For that, you need to have refineries. And most of the refineries in Europe, as far as I know, a little of what I know is that they are built and constructed in the first instance for Russian heavy crude. They are not built for American shale gas. And since you people are not excavating and not issuing licenses to new oil drillings in your own Texas, in your own country right now, so how are you going to allow the Europeans, your transatlantic cousins, to have some sort of self-sustenance in this very cold winter?
I don't know. I thought I thought Texas was pretty hardcore about that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
Texas is not issuing because Biden gave an executive order regarding that, and he's particularly said that no more oil drilling licenses would be issued in Texas and Texas alone, because there were I heard some nudging regarding secession and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, if we did succeed, we'd still be the 9th largest economy in the fucking world.
Exactly, and self-sustaining one, by the way.
Yeah.
More so, it would have been some sort of a landlocked country, but who cares?
Yeah. Bandit, do you want to explain this graph? I don't get it. Will you mansplain it for me?
I'd be happy to. So if you notice, it's going over the peaks and valleys. So that last peak, that's when Biden tapped the strategic oil reserve, which is now at its lowest rate since World War II. I mean, pre-World War II, I should say. So we have like nothing in the reserves now because that's where that's happened. And now he basically used all the reserves, and now we're down into dangerous levels for if we have to go to war with Russia. Like if Russia, we're so not prepared for any escalation if it came to it.
Oh, we're
That
getting
we're
our
in,
foot pushed in.
yeah, on all different sides, and it's literally Biden's doing everything physically and humanly possible to screw us up. Like he's done almost like you couldn't plan this better, screwing
Um,
things up wise. Like it
wait,
has to
wait,
be the plan. It's
wait,
how bad he
wait,
screwed things up.
wait. I know you guys want to blame Biden because he's a man and you men are all about taking responsibility for man shit, but it's literally the females, the Kamala Harris, the Nancy Pelosi, all the people that are actually running things. Biden's like being a hostage. He's being held hostage right now and
Yeah, but
he's
he did
being
this with
abused.
EOs. So
Yeah, but he doesn't really know what's happening. He's just kind of Weekend at Bernie's.
well, he still can be Weekend at Bernie's, but his still names on the damn thing.
Oh yeah, the
He's not.
feminists want it that way though. That they want a man to take the fall for their bullshit. They always do.
And you think Biden's bad? Imagine if Biden gets, Weekend at Bernie's and then it's Harris as president. Like we're gonna be wishing Biden's back. Like
Yeah.
Harris would destroy this so much
She's
faster.
not going to become our president.
She would step down. She does
No, she
not
wouldn't.
want she
She-
does not want to
she
be
is
She
such
will
a-
not
in the
become our
front.
president. They will
No.
deem her incompetent. They'll deem her incompetent,
No.
and the state will take over.
She doesn't want
Well-
want it. She wants to be the one that pulls the strings behind the man that will take the fall.
Well, do you realize who's after Nancy? Who's next? It's Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
She's third in line.
Yeah.
Yep.
And talk about like disaster that would be. We'd have the drunken chief at that point.
No. It wouldn't be any different than it is now because they're
Oh no, it would
literally
be a lot
doing
worse.
the things.
She
No.
is a drunken mess. She is.
You mean the house drinker?
She
She's-
is beyond.
That's what she's called. The
She
house
still
drinker.
calls the shots for the Democratic Party.
You guys ever watch United Spot? The United
No.
Spot. Oh, dude, it's awesome. It's great for political meme commentary.
Yeah, it's funny. Mhm.
Yeah,
Kyle Dunnigan's got some good stuff too.
Mhm. Well, according to Dr. Steve Turley, who's a go-to conservative professor, he says that we're, with what, Saudi Arabia is doing and what Iran is doing, puts us in a pretty screwed up position. Never have we been closer to nuclear war in this country, since the
Insane.
Kennedy era. And I think right after the midterms, I think what, the MAGA Republicans are going to do, they've already said this, they're going to impeach Biden, right off the bat. And I'm sure even if they 25th Amendment his ass, and Kamala takes it, they'll either, impeach her or 25th Amendment her as also being incompetent. There's speculation that if Biden steps down, Kamala will take the presidency. Gavin Newsom will be, will take the vice presidency. Then Kamala will be 25th amended, and step down. Gavin would be president, and then Pelosi would step in right behind him to take the vice presidency. That's the speculation.
I don't think
Okay.
it's.
That's a
I
lot.
think it's Hillary
That's
Clinton,
a lot
not
to
Gary.
pull.
Can
That's a lot of
I
wool.
add?
That's a lot of wool to pull over the American people's eyes. Just saying.
Yeah.
Could also
I
be
don't know.
Hillary,
Maybe
too.
Yes,
maybe
but-
there's just that many people asleep though.
Okay.
Maybe
but
maybe there's just that many people asleep.
It
But
could be
the
thing
Hillary
is-
Clinton. I'm just saying it could be Hillary Clinton instead of Gary Newsom. I'm just
Oh,
saying
no,
they could throw Hillary in that
Hillary
role.
is not coming back. She has twice lost, first to Obama and then to Trump.
It
So
doesn't matter.
She's
Once,
not coming back.
I
In
think
fact,
Oprah
I
will
would
be the
say
next
her
president.
daughter would be projected as a young leader. Her daughter could be projected. She's 37 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, coming back to the topic, why, Mr. Bullets? Why do you think that having a vagina is so 1900s? Now is the alphabet army that is going to take over. When is that Pete Buttigieg or Butt Gag, whatever his name is, when is he going to get his term as the first gay president of United States?
No, that's not going to happen. The Democratic Party is dead. It's dead.
Yep.
The New World Order is in collapse. That's everything we're seeing right now is the New World Order and the globalist agenda fighting back, and doing everything they can. They'll. It's kind of like when the Clintons and the Obamas got into the White House. They stole the China. They stole all the China and furniture in the White House when they left. They even took the fucking chandeliers and a bunch of priceless artwork. That didn't even belong to them. They're thieving commies. That's what they do. Thieving commies steal shit. And the American people are tired of it. They're fed up with these people. And they'll. It's going to be a long time before a Democrat ever gets in the office ever again. The foundation of the party is literally destroyed now.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, even their own. Who was that lady that just left? She came out and
Tulsi
and announced
Gabbard.
that she's Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, she said she's done with the Democratic Party. Pete Buttigieg was here in Texas not too long ago, trying to promote a new party. He's some kind of purple party or something like that. And they had their first annual meeting, and they're talking about starting this up as the new version of the Democratic Party. Which is just stupid.
Well, AOC tried that by calling it Justice Democrats, and now what we get? AOC, signed the resolution as a unanimous decision by the Democratic Party on the $44 billion with a capital B, dollar aid to Ukraine in terms of only and only military hardware.
And I just want to say something about the Tulsi Gabbard thing real quick. Oh, Tom Luongo has called this out like 6 months ago, and I think it's going to happen just because it's making it seem that way. What would happen if Tulsi Gabbard, became DeSantis's VP?
No,
I can 100% see it now
Won't happen.
because
no.
they're both military. It would bring both sides together. Like
I
you-
will not vote for a woman ticket. Period.
Nope.
Vice
Nope.
President doesn't do anything anyways.
I
but-
won't vote for a woman ticket. Period.
Good.
No way. No
Good.
way. End of
No.
story.
She's just trying to
tell you-
bail out on the bullshit she helped fucking create.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you,
I
an
agree
instant
with
win
that.
would be Trump, and I think that we might see this a Trump DeSantis ticket.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Automatic win.
Awesome.
Automatic win.
I would love to see a
My
Trump.
problem,
a
see,
Trump,
my problem with politics is as such. I have moved out of politics even though I campaigned online for Mr. Trump without taking a single penny from the GOP. I have to remind everybody, not saying to the panelists over here or something else, but people always say, haha, then you must have got something in return. You don't do it for free. I did it for free because I genuinely believe. The thing is, ideologically, if we see, I mean, keeping our own emotionality aside, I see ideologically the very same people who are into, make America great again, or, Donald Trump or any other people, they never actually roll back the draconian laws that have been put in place so far.
Yeah.
And it is our own blue-eyed boy. Who was the name? Oh, Ronald Reagan, who introduced the no-fault divorce. Whatever the case might be, because he wanted divorce from his wife and irretrievable breakdown of marriages and whatnot. You have to create a conducive atmosphere for demographic multiplication. If that is not possible, then whatever policies, economy, nobody cares. Demography, yes. And sustainable demography, certainly yes. So if those policies are actually which have been put in place because of both the parties are actually annulled and rescinded, then and only then I would be able to say, oh, this man is genuine. Because politicians from both the sides are not genuine. I would
Right.
tell you another example. When prostitution, which is known as one of the world's oldest professions, was criminalized in United States, since I have, heard extensively on this very topic because it interests me. All these people from the right wing and all these church congregations were in cahoots with the second wave feminists because their ulterior motive was something totally different of what was of the feminists. Feminists were about undue exploitation of women. And these trad cucks were saying, oh, we should criminalize prostitution so that a man would have no place else to go to, so that he would go home and cater to his lady.
Right.
I mean, there is no analog to draw in parallel, but you see, that is the reality of these stratgags. They are ideologically the very same progressives whom they claim to fight, except that they have a speed limit. So that, just like Laura and Graham from The Angle and Fox News always says, we just have to make sure everyone is on board. That is the thing. I mean, it is a sad state of affairs. I don't want to be pessimistic after so many days on the stream itself, but that's it. Someone has to tell you the truth.
I know. By the
And that,
way,
friends, come on.
yeah. No, I know. I'm not. I mean, I'm not really into politics anyway because my entire lifetime I've noticed that it was bullshit. I'm like, who are these idiots? Why are these women in politics even? I don't get it. But yeah, we just need to get all the women out. I'm with Kush. Don't vote for any fucking women. That's also what Anthony Johnson was saying during the convention, that he was putting his foot down with that too. He doesn't believe I can get the 19th repealed, but he just wants the women to vote for what their husbands vote for. But when we have such a high rate of single women who have a vote, that's not going to work.
Now, I'll explain to you one reason why I felt that way. Why I said that so adamantly as I did. I had a follow-up phone call. I had a customer who had a piece of equipment who was not that was not working correctly. They couldn't figure out what the problem was. There was a woman engineer involved. And first thing I asked her, and they called me into an urgent meeting, and right away we need to settle this, and we need to make all these mechanical changes and blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, we'll do this meeting we'll set it up on Teams here. I'll drop everything I was doing just for you and do that. So I did. And I asked her, so I'm going to ask you one question. Did you follow the startup procedure? And the words out of her mouth were, well, we felt that wasn't necessary. I'm like, I'm going to ask you again.
Feel.
Did you follow the fucking procedure that I told you about 15 times when I was on site, that it is in our instruction manual?
Yeah.
And I said, please follow the procedure again. I will email it to you from the manual and from my field service reports if it is not clear. And following up with another engineer there today, I asked about this issue because I haven't heard anything. And usually when I don't hear anything, that means there's no news is good news, as they say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so what happened there? And I'm like, well, they did what you said. They followed the procedure. I'm like, well, hot diggity damn.
And it worked, right?
Yeah. So yeah, that's why you can't have. I said this in my chameleon stream. Women in government bad.
Yeah.
Because it's just that kind of thing. They don't follow the procedures.
Right. And they don't belong in protection roles. Like none of them. Like that's a man's job.
And they also, when they get to that level, they don't think. They only think about themselves. They don't think about the average person and how it implements to the average person, not to what they see in their own eyes, but like to the average or even someone that's less fortunate than they are. It's all about them or people that they want to get along with. Like, for example, like if there was a way for a woman to monkey branch to a better role, they would only care about those better people and then screw everybody else. That would be human nature.
I like that, Timothy.
That's
So
pretty
so
good.
cunt is now an acronym, is it?
It's always been an acronym.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that so many times from other people.
Oh.
Can somebody tell
Snafu.
me? Can somebody
Wait.
tell me what the acronym for simp is? I don't know the acronym.
Oh, no.
It's not an acronym.
Hold on.
It's
No.
not?
There is one. Something.
Mediocre pussy. I know
Mediocre
it's the
pussy.
last two,
Right.
but what's the first two?
Securing.
What's the SI? Because
Shit.
is there a? Because I know it's mediocre pussy on the last two, but what's SI?
Something.
Yes, I'm
something
telling.
idol.
I'm telling.
Something idolizing.
Mm-hmm.
Something idolizing mediocre.
Social idolizing.
Yeah.
No.
No, not
What is
I
it,
social.
get.
Trevor?
Anyway, I didn't mean to interject that. I was just like,
No,
I've
I'm
been thinking
curious.
about
I've
this for
never
weeks.
seen
Suckers,
Like, what's a simp?
suckers idealizing mediocre pussy.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So if cunt is an acronym, does that make it a derogatory term?
Oh yes.
Oh, yeah.
Does it make it like a cuss word or vulgar
Hmm.
Well,
if it's an acronym?
well,
It's like snafu.
it's like
You know what the
FUBAR.
acronym for? You know what the acronym for snafu is, right?
No.
6 situations normal, all fucked up.
Mhm.
Huh. I've never heard of that.
Like FUBAR. Everybody knows
Yeah,
FUBAR.
fucked up beyond
Yeah.
all recognition.
Yeah.
Or there's even a bastard is that's short term too.
Nice, JR. Okay, that'll work. I like it. I've been wondering what it was because I mean I know what it is, but I wanted to know what the acronym was.
AKA the Gulag Gang, who put grill-faced bastard factory conserva thoughts on a pedestal while they bash women like Sunkissed because they're black. I actually talked to Coach Greg Adams about that situation. He had a really good point of view on it.
Mandy, just for kicks,
Yeah.
hit that link I just sent.
Oh gosh, what is this one? The
Don't say it, just click it. Just click it.
I clicked it. I have it open. What is it? Do you want me to post it? Because you haven't mansplained the other two things that you shared.
Well, I just thought everybody should know that Twitter's going to fire 3/4 of the company, so that means all the moderators are all going to go, which is great.
Yeah.
Screw Twitter.
I don't
Yeah.
have a shitter
And all
account
the
anyway.
bots. And all the bots go bye-bye.
But the last link is everything that we would like to talk about.
Okay. Here, I will put it up here.
It's
and-
PC friendly. It's a news article, so
Yeah.
there's nothing.
Yeah.
You won't get in trouble.
Oh, I'm not worried about getting in trouble. I haven't yet. And I played a fucking shooting on this channel. Okay. I don't like the ads though. Can I just
Yeah, I know. It's
tell you that?
freaking Daily Mail, but think about this. Why would you take this picture to begin with?
Topics, locker room snaps, University of Wisconsin's women's volleyball players are leaked online as cops investigate.
Now tell me why this picture is not posed. That is 100% they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
It wasn't like
they're posing.
Yeah, they're completely posing in that picture.
Yeah, why?
This is why?
For their
they-
OnlyFans.
I was going to say they want to be models, but yeah, OnlyFans works too.
I was gonna say Oli holes.
Wait, no, only sluts. Only sluts.
Only man's.
But like that's 100% a posed picture,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
and they're doing it to get cred. I mean, let's be honest here. Like Wisconsin's women's volleyball team. Does anybody name me a player that plays women's volleyball?
I didn't
give
even
you
know
time.
it was a thing. I didn't even know it was a thing. The only reason it's a thing is because of the men's sports that pay for the shit. So nobody watches them.
But yeah, this is just a. I just wanted to share this because I was just saying that this just don't believe the news article. Look what they're doing and understand that this is just complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Like this is just whores being whores.
Can
That's all.
somebody tell them to put their shirts back on?
Well, it's a locker room, so they could be changing, but posing, like, come on.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, please put your shirts back on.
They're in the locker room.
Better work, bitch.
I mean,
Oh.
they're not minors.
Are they when these photographs were taken, they were taken by whom?
I'm
Were
gonna say
they
a coach.
in the state of sobriety when these were taken? If
Yep.
yes, then cops could investigate via scraping the bottom of the barrel. It is going to get them nowhere, because who leaked it? I mean, who was the first person who leaked it? The one who clicked the photograph, and that would be my guess is as good as anybody's else. That would be from one of their besties' Android phone.
I was gonna say it's probably a personal trainer because it was in the locker room. I wouldn't say it was a coach. It's probably one of the athletic trainers. Would be my
Oh
guess.
yes. So we should throw another man who would be the trainer under the bus, isn't it?
Hold on.
How-
Hold on.
how-
Wrong. Could driver listen to this? Wrongful invasion of students' athletes' privacy, including potential violation of university policies and criminal statutes.
Read the article via scrolling downwards, so that you would understand as to who is the perpetrator, if anybody is being apprehended right now.
Let's
Has
see.
been.
University of Wisconsin police are investigating how private photos and video of members of the school national champion women's volleyball team were circulated publicly without their consent. Women's athletic department issued a statement Wednesday saying players contacted campus police after they became aware the photos had been made public. The statement didn't indicate when or where the photos or videos were taken. I mean, obviously the locker room. Although photos later surfaced online which appeared to show the players flashing their breast after clinching the Big Ten championship last season. There are further photos and video clips online, and the specific players involved have not been identified. Is this a clip of a press conference about it, Bandit? Should we play it? Let's see.
And but at the end, we are talking about a lost.
Nope, has nothing to do with this. Let's see. University of Wisconsin police are investigating how private photos and videos of members of the school national champion women's volleyball team were circulated publicly without their consent. The above picture appears to show its players celebrating their Big Ten victory. They're celebrating by showing their tits. That doesn't make any sense. The school statement indicated police are investigating multiple crimes, including sharing sensitive photos without consent, Wisconsin said.
People really believe this bullshit.
Yeah, unauthorized sharing is a significant and wrongful invasion of the student athlete's privacy, including potential violations of university policies. Let's see. University of Wisconsin police spokesman Mark Levicock confirmed that the investigation Thursday declined to share additional details because it's an active investigation. The volleyball players aren't being investigated for wrongdoing. So the players themselves aren't being investigated for being thoughts. It's just somebody objectifying them, right? Our top priority is supporting our student athletes, and we are providing them with the appropriate services and resources. That's.
Means
That's just small bras.
means.
I was just thinking new bras.
I mean, no. I mean, lingerie is a distraction. But what I'm trying to say is, the last
Yeah.
sentence you read that you
Mhm.
summed it up really well, because that is going to be the modus operandi of the
Yeah.
investigation by the state and the government, whether
Yeah.
it is on local level or whether it is on the federal level. What is
Yeah.
it going to be is, it is going to be a cover up, because they are going to find out that it was some of the other chick, disgruntled, envious, or one of their teammates or someone who
Yeah.
leaked it. In the end, via putting the blame on someone else, it would be
Yep.
just like a hot potato that is being passed around.
Yeah.
I'd
So
also like this. Oh, sorry.
that is this is the very same thing that has happened in India, by the way, in a university, where one girl made her own naked video, gave it to her boyfriend, who was outside of the hostel in which she was living in, and made naked videos of 57 other girls. 57 other girls from the very same hostel premises in which they were living in. But do you know what happened in that very university case? Chandigarh University case.
What?
And it has been a recorded video where the girls are saying that the girl who took our videos, leave her, frame her boyfriend. And that is what they did, despite being recorded on an Android phone.
Hmm.
And not only that, that boy got apprehended by the police. He is rotting in prison right now for no wrongdoing on his part. The trial would commence, and of course, the trial in India works like 20 years, 40 years, you know, much of the time.
I think. I think.
Pachydermal, so sort of a elephantine pace. Hold on, hold on.
I
So,
think
yeah. So,
this.
so
This is why Kush is cracking up and had to get off the screen.
no, that was the lingerie that was coming on the left side of it,
Oh.
as not Victoria's
No,
Secret,
there
but
was another one.
yeah. So
Yeah.
on the left side. Anyway, so but in this very case in India, this is a very recent one. Look at the irony. The girls who actually would had framed the girl who made their videos. And I would tell you what is the nudging I heard from the lawyer side, who was the lawyer of the boyfriend, supposed boyfriend. He was saying that these girls were making adult content themselves, and we are selling it to Tango and other OnlyFans and Fansly and all these adult streaming platforms. Now, since it got publicized, it got on the internet, and now their parents are watching this. So now they want to become a born again Virgin Mary or an equivalent of that. That is why they want to frame somebody else, as if the boyfriend, who has no access into the hostel premises, somehow became a ninja, got into the hostel premises, persuaded each and every one of the 57 girls to
Right.
stand naked in front of a camera
Right.
and recorded them, and left without telling anyone.
Right.
With
Yeah.
10
Right.
documents.
Yeah. Right.
That is the entire case. But the thing is, the judicial proceeding is going to take their own sweet time, just like they did in the case of Brian Banks, just like they did in the case of Duke Lacrosse team.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this real quick. How much
Yeah.
do you want to bet that in next year, 3 or 4 of these girls are going to be Sports Illustrated? They're going to have modeling careers. They're going to make so much freaking money from this. It's not even going to be funny. And they're going to be like, oh, we got exposed. Yeah, no, I got a modeling career from it. Like, this is just the stepping stone to their
Wait,
modeling career.
isn't this how it always happens? Like with all the sex tapes that get released, isn't it the people that made the sex tapes, the chicks that leaked it, and then they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this happened," and then they have
Paris
like
Hilton
a
sex video,
Yeah.
Paris Hilton sex video,
but it
Kim
makes them
Kardashian,
famous
Kardashian
or something.
sisters, as well as remember there used to be a WWE wrestler, a female wrestler called China or something.
Yeah,
She was also there. She also
committed
released her
suicide.
own sex tape, and in the video itself, which I have also seen, she was not looking as if she was in a non-consensual situation or something. She was willingly enjoying it on her end.
Yeah.
That
Funny
is the
thing is-
thing. But the thing is, again, the system.
Right.
I was just going to say, the funny thing you say about China is these girls kind of look like China.
Yeah.
Kind of butchy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
happens when you get to third base?
Pretty bitchy.
Like, I'm sorry, steroids and women don't go along too well. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
almost-
they're big. Like,
No, I'm saying, like, did you see what China looks like?
no.
Oh, man. Do you want to go down
No.
that deep part? Do you want to go down that way?
No, you
Yeah.
don't. You don't.
Yeah.
You
No?
don't. No, Howard Stern did a special on her. And he was asking her one time, interviewing her one time, like, what happens when I get to first base? What do I see? What happens when I get to second base? Oh, third base? What am I going to see down there?
Oh.
Yeah. Is
I
that
wouldn't be
kinda-
surprised.
Mhm.
Wasn't she married? She was married to that one wrestler dude,
Yeah.
APOC, and she used to kick his ass. They had domestic violence issues.
Mm.
I remember that back in the 90s. You know, he would come out and shit all fucked up, where she kicked his ass. You know, and the cops were called. Yeah, there's history to that.
Is that like roid rage? Does that fuck with the girls
Yes.
too?
No,
Yes.
it is not
No.
roid rage. It is just a thing that even if you marry a butch or someone like China, the problem is just like in the case of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. She was, bragging about it, boasting about it in the video recording that tell them, Johnny, that Johnny Depp, is a man, a victim of domestic violence, and let us see how the world is going to believe that. So, do you think that in the 90s anyone would had believed that? And the next step, what is the next step? If you are going to get physical with a man, what is the next step? He is also going to get physical and reply in the same coin.
Yeah. It's called self-defense.
And no, but the thing is, for men, when they are interacting with their significant other, it is not an option. Regardless of whether she is stabbing you or something, he is going to be prima facie presumed guilty, unless proven otherwise. Why? Because he's a man.
Well, yeah,
So, I mean,
that's how it works. Hey, welcome to the gynocentric landscape, where it sucks to be a dude.
Right.
Yeah. Oh well. I'm not gonna say that. I don't guess. My bad, guys. I had a woman. My mom has been in and out of my life for pretty much the last chunk of my life, and she stays in residential care. Yesterday, my mom, knowing I'm going to my new job, they bring her to town and we have a little bit of an argument. Well, her caretaker comes up to me, walks up to me, throws a finger in my face, and
Mm-mm.
and then begins to go on the verbal assault of calling me the lowest piece of shit on the face of the planet. I sat there calm and I looked at her and I said, "Get your finger out of my face."
Mm-hmm.
And she put it right back in and continued the scream fest. And I sat there and took it. Now, had that been a man do that to me,
Exactly.
see, men know there is a line.
Yeah.
Women don't get it.
Right. So let me guess. You have a toxic relationship with your mom. And when you're not doing what she wants, she gets other people to shame and blame you for being the bad one.
Well, it kind of goes back. My whole family has pretty much kind of treated me this way a big portion of my life. I'm the black sheep of the family. I get any opportunity, whether it's cousins, whether it's uncles, whether not so much uncles, but and most of my grandparents and aunts, they're okay, but they passed on. But mom, I was raised predominantly by my dad, and so mom has been in and out all my life. And when I call her on things, like not verbally, I don't believe in cussing someone out. But you ever notice if you hold somebody accountable for their actions, then you're a monster. And that's what happened. I said, look, you've been trying to be here, and I've had all this time. You knew I was moving. You know I'm going away. And you wait till the last week, and now I'm holding you accountable for it. And her caretaker wants to get verbally aggressive with me. And
That's not okay.
I don't. And I told her twice, take your finger out of my face.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, but I didn't mean to come on here and pour that out on you guys.
No.
But
No.
I've had more than one relationship in my life go that way. I had a woman throw a full beer can at my head one time. And you know what I did? I walked away. My dad always said, walk away. Don't touch him. Don't hurt him. And I've always done that. And then I said, you know what? At age 26, I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm done. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's all right, Douglas. No, that's
no
a pretty
worries.
common theme.
Nope. Yeah, we hear too much of that shit.
Yeah. Well, it's important to bring it to light, though. Like, yeah, and I don't think, like, in that situation, because it's a woman and she's doing it to you, and she knows damn well that if you respond in any way or defend yourself, you're going to be the one in trouble. Now, if she was to do that to a woman, just like if it was a man coming at you like that, there's a certain fucking line you don't cross.
That's right.
That's why men can't sort out these crazy bitches, that it has to be women that do it. Because that fear of violence is going to be present in like face to face with women. Also, women can destroy somebody's reputation like no other. Men can't really do that. So
in other words,
men don't. Go ahead.
Bullets?
Yeah.
Are you going to say something?
You have the floor, Bullets.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're gonna smack a hoe, make sure you know it's worth it. Just saying. Get in that, keep that pimp hand strong. Make sure you leave that fucking, pimp hand mark right on her fucking face so everybody knows. Just saying. Well, if you're gonna smack a bitch, make it worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's an abnormal situation. Like my mom has always had to have like people take care of her. because she's had mental and instabilities. Now, I love my mom, and I gave her a big hug on my way out the door. But then when I sat there and I told her, I said, look, this is the type of drama I don't have time for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then I'm thinking about my railroad job, which starts in 2 weeks. And
Yeah.
that's pretty much the only thing that kept me from like jumping up and just smashing.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you still have love for your mother, because my mother was just like that, and I cut her off in my early 20s. So my mom was the kind of person that would burn her neighbor's house down to make hers look better. She was an equal opportunity abuser, and she caused nothing but chaos. So I watched her, like you hear all these stories, Douglas, in the MGTOW community, all the people that got fucked over by their wives and all this parental alienation and all that kind of shit. That was my mom. I watched her destroy men growing up. So I have no love for that woman, because that woman literally is unable to love her own children. She just used them as tools. So I cut that shit out of my life a long time ago.
Whew.
Yeah, I had to cut ties with my family especially when I quit drinking. They didn't like the fact that I wasn't like them anymore. I didn't drink at social events, and that was seen as taboo, unacceptable. And I had been gaslighted too damn many times about various things after I've had their six every time. And when I do one thing that's outside of their ideology, even slightly, I get the guillotine on my neck, the hammer on my head, and I figured it out. No longer am I going to be an emotional hostage. I'm done. I'm done with you guys, and that was a hard thing to do. I did that about a year ago. Very hard thing to do. I had my doubts the first couple weeks, but I stuck it through, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be here talking to you guys today, I don't think, if I had stayed that course, and that wouldn't have been as successful of a course. And I don't think I would have stayed as dedicated to the things I'm doing as I am now as a result of that. So those are the tough life decisions you have to make.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah. It's a punch in the gut.
Yeah. Yeah, Kush, on your rant, you were saying how after you quit drinking, you started noticing all the fuckery that was happening. Can you elaborate on that? Because my family, my entire family is alcoholics, and I really don't have much to do with them, but they drink because my mom fucked them up, and she continues to fuck them up. So they live in this drunken stupor and are completely unaware. What is it like coming out of that?
So I was what you would call kind of a gray area drinker. I was never shit-faced drunk, but I was never, like, I would say stone cold sober either. I was kind of in that nether zone of kind of in between, getting between, feeling that withdrawal, having a drink to satiate that, blah, blah, blah. When I snapped out of that, I was I turned into almost a different person. I really, it's like I broke shackles free, or it's like I cast a demon away almost. It was literally like I had cast a demon away. And Bullets, I was talking about that on a stream. Like, that's why I don't think the universe is all scientifically designed. There are things that happened in that hospital that I can't explain through science or analytics. And it changed me as a person. But going back to the topic of when you've been sober as long as I have, when you're in a bar and you notice that even when a person has one beer, you notice the effect it has on people. You notice it more than when you're drinking along with them. You notice the change in behavior, the attitude, the demeanor, the way people carry themselves. And you could set a watch to it. The more they drink, the happier they get. Then they reach a point to where they get happy. Then they start getting pissy. And then that's when, I mean, you could set a watch to it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
literally
Yeah.
set a watch to it.
Yeah.
Hey,
So when you got sober, like, do you think when you were drinking a lot, you like ignored a lot of the fuckery?
yeah,
And now that you're sober, you have to like see it.
I was numb to a lot of it. I think I was numb to a lot of it, and I just accepted that, I have to be as miserable as these people. No, I don't.
Right.
No, I don't. And my aunt is particularly bad. This woman, she is about 30 years older than me. How this woman has a functioning liver is beyond my understanding.
Right.
I don't know how this woman has any liver cells left in her body, personally. The amount she has drunk herself. I have seen her get drunk at both her daughters, my cousin's weddings, get stupid drunk and say just the most disgusting things to the bride, their daughters, terrible things. I couldn't believe it. She said terrible things to me. She sent me an email 2 weeks later apologizing to me, and I'm like, well, how do you feel apologizing to your nephew who's 30 years you're younger? How does that make you feel having to do that shit?
Right.
She never answered. The total. It's the dreaded A word. No accountability whatsoever. And no, and I think she's just in general, a very kind of mean-spirited person. My dad told me when she's my dad's younger sister. When my dad was napping on the couch when he was like 10 years old, she came up and just punched him in the eye, like so hard that like knocked his optic nerve out of whack. So bad. I mean, it permanently damaged his eyesight. He has like 200 visions in his right eye. And I can't imagine that because he probably has the same kind of vision that I do. So he had to wear pretty strong bifocals, but having 2,200 vision in one other eye, I couldn't imagine that. But he's had that since he was a kid because she socked him in the eye so bad.
Right. Being drunk.
No, this was when they were young, infant, child age.
Oh.
10. Yeah, she was evil, spirited person, I think. Yeah, it was just very, very strange, and I still have some loose ties with one of my cousins in New York City. I still am on reasonable relations with her, and I'm only a 3-hour drive away from her. So, and we're very we're about the same age. She's only 2 years older than me. So the scary thing is she's like literally a female version of me. Imagine me with feminist thinking. Very scary. Dangerously scary. Yeah. So beware of that woman if you see her.
Yeah.
Because I'm the only one I'm the only one in the world who can talk sense to her. Her husband, her husband can't talk sense to her. And her husband can't talk to her the way I can talk to her. That's the one thing.
Right.
So, and he likes it when I come over because I can get away with it.
Yeah, I bet there's
He's always like, Iridium, when are you coming down to New York City? I have a medical cannabis license too. I know a place where we can use it. Come on down. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm always welcome when I come down there. So, yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Bandit, like for instance, Bandit, I think came from a very he's what I consider the Catholic sector of the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp. Him and Marie share their faith and stuff, and I don't think Bandit has experience with alcoholic families. So his worldview, I think, is completely different.
Yeah, I remember smelling whiskey on my dad's breath when I was as young as I can remember, smelling whiskey on his breath. And that was an everyday thing when he got home from work. It was the Chivas Regal, double shove a Striegel on the rocks. And you didn't, and if he had 2 or 3 of those, you didn't fuck with him.
Yeah.
His father, my grandfather, was even worse. He was a miserable, old Irish drunk bastard, hardcore drunk bastard. And he knew 2 things in this world, though. He knew 2 things: wrong and right. And you were, in his mind, one or the other, and he was the one who was the judge of that.
Right.
That's kind of the kind of old school stuff I dealt with growing up. And yeah, you got some more bots here coming up on your chat. So
The guys will get him.
yeah,
Hey, Hemi.
Banhammers get 'em.
You know what though? My stepdad didn't start drinking until my mom fucking cheated on him with the babysitter. That's when that started. He didn't drink before that. So I don't know. I watched a man. He was in the reserves, and I watched my mom destroy that guy. And like today, he still drinks like every day, every single day. But like when we were younger, he didn't drink at all, and I feel like that was way better. I don't know. That's why I get sad when I go on some of the streams where the guys are like taking shots and like party like woo, and I'm like, it just reminds me of my dad because I know a lot of the guys have the same history, and it doesn't really look like so much fun to me. But I think why they do it.
Oh yeah, and I would never diss on anyone who does drink. I miss the old crossfade, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
might be guilty of doing that a few times in your stream, good mother, with the cheers and rah rah rah. Let's get smashed.
Yeah.
No, we had a little fun there a couple Saturdays.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And I don't like to be a bad
last
influence
night.
either.
I saw Iridium last night on the on Saunders Butthole Nation stream.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that they like kind of like drink heavily over there, and I thought you handed.
Oh, he
handed
was
this-
he had pushed back a few. I could tell by the way
Yeah.
he was talking to me. Again, it was blatantly obvious, and no disrespect to that guy. I love him.
Yeah.
He was, but it was very obvious.
Yeah, I had it out with him one time on a stream where he got a little bit intoxicated, and the conversation got circular and a little stupid,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Just a
but
heads up on that. He's a good guy. It's just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you gotta watch him when he's drinking.
but what he was saying was, what's the answer to this problem that we have? And we were trying to tell him all these great things that we were seeing, and he's like, I don't see it. Like,
Right.
yeah. I think there's a lot of people there where they don't see, I think, on a bigger, broader scale what's been going on and what has changed in the past year that's been for the positive. I mean, I know we get bombarded by all the bullshit from social media, but I think there's more good going on than bad stuff.
Well, to talk about the drinking thing real quick, since I was
Yeah.
brought up,
Yeah.
the way my dad used to treat my teething was Jameson. So, just saying, like, I mean, everybody's family has something in the past, but the thing is, do you overcome it, or do you make it a part of you and your story? And he
Yeah.
decided to overcome it. So he used to drink a lot, and now he's fine. So it all depends on, like, when you have responsibility, do you man up, or or you just drink your woes away? You're gonna have to make that choice. Most people choose the latter, and we need to give those people some help and maybe some encouragement to not become alcoholics. But there's anytime someone drinks, there's normally a reason why. When you become an alcoholic, you're dulling some kind of pain away, whatever that pain is.
Well, he
So
was talking about his pain about how he got screwed over by the divorce court system.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I could see how that could drive anybody to drinking. I mean,
Oh yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
You got to do something, to
Oh,
numb those sorrows.
that reminds me. I got to talk to. Let me find it. I actually have his book. Hold on, I'll be right back. Will you guys monologue for a sec? I have to pee anyway.
Sure. And,
Hey, thank you guys for letting me vent out some of that shit.
no worries. I had to do that on Tuesday on a stream. I did an impromptu stream and I vented for about 15 minutes about the whole Karen incident that happened in the parking lot. And if I look at the analytics on that video now, I'm just looking at it. I'm just gonna pull it up. I think like 60 people have already watched that damn video.
Nice.
And yeah, I'm just looking at that. Yeah, it's got, oh Christ, that's got 85 views on it now. And the one I
Wow.
did today, that's insane. So you guys actually like want to listen to me do that. That amazes me. Because that certainly wasn't, it's not my intent to piss and moan to the world. And the fact that's a show of gratitude to me personally.
Hey, I piss and moan to the world every week, an hour every week.
Fair enough.
I saw Hammerhand in the chat.
Yeah, I did see Hammerhand. He stepped in for a second and let's see, looking at some. There's Father Saunders right there.
There's Father Saunders.
Hey, how you doing?
real quick, I'm gonna step down real quick so you guys can do some things real quick. So it's nice
Okay.
chatting with everybody.
All right. Thanks
Hey,
for
Bandit.
sharing your tranny story.
On that
You're-
note, I'm out of here.
YOLO, bandit.
Just remember, Autobot or Decepticon?
It
Dude,
was a
that's-
training, so I
Tranny training for work.
It's
Work
tranny
required
training.
tranny training.
it was, yeah,
That's so
as-
fucked up,
as
Bandit.
TFM would say, it's training news. But yeah,
Yeah.
you guys are
I'm
lucky you
sorry.
don't have to deal with that crap.
Nope.
It's okay. Take care, Bandit.
Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Sleep
Bandit.
well, sweet dreams.
Later, brother.
Peace, Bandit.
Yeah, so Carnell Smith. I actually got to talk to him quite a bit over the week. And he's going to come on the channel and discuss some stuff. But he has this book called Trapped by Law, Stop Paying Child Support for Paternity Fraud. But apparently he's gone around to 10 different states. I think he's a lawyer. I don't know. His story is really, really damn good.
Was he at the convention, good mother?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And he has a channel. I tagged him because actually on Chris Mitchell's stream the other night, Saunders was talking about some really, really good stuff. So I shared a clip from that. And then here it is. Because this is like everything that Saunders was talking about is exactly what Carnell deals with. And he actually had an issue because one of his guys that shared his story, here he is, Carnell Smith. One of the guys that really helped him change a lot of law and stuff in like a bunch of different states committed suicide. And he got up during one of Richard Grannon's talks and asked him about support networks for men and how to advise men that might be showing signs like that. And, Richard gave a response. But then later, because I was getting them ready, I was getting all the speakers ready for their speeches, and I was chatting with them, and he's like, yeah, Like he kind of feels bad because for one, he's like, I should have saw something coming, and for two, he's like, why didn't he reach out to his family?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, Carnell, it's something you might not understand because it sounds like you come from a really supportive family. If he thought his family gave a shit, he probably would have. I was
Yeah.
like, me personally, if I was ever in a situation like that, my family would be the last person I would go to because I
Yeah,
know
that's
they
where
don't
I'm
give
at.
a flying fuck.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that breaks my heart because it's like,
yeah.
you know, it's like there's so many people in this world who walk and who will throw themselves off of Golden Gate bridges.
Yeah.
And all that would have stopped them was for one person to say, hey, are you okay?
Right.
Are you doing okay?
Right.
And that's really all, you know, that's really, I think sometimes that's all that it takes. You know, asking somebody, are you doing okay?
Right.
You know,
But
I'm sorry about that.
No, this guy was talking about the lack of support networks and stuff that men have in our society. And I was kind of telling him about my theory and, you know, what I think the fundamental problem is. And he goes after, he said it himself. He's like, the American Psychological Association. It was like, yeah, that's one of my number one fucking targets because that's where all the man-hating bitches are. So they're full of feminists. Feminists are literally controlling that entire field. And it destroys men. So there's nowhere for men to really go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to having a chat with this guy. I already sent him Saunders' story, but he has a lot of good things.
Primo's here.
Primo.
Hey, Primo. Let me see if it's on here. If one of his... Did anybody watch any of these?
I have
I know
not.
it. I shared a couple in my community tab. I think I shared one with Carnell talking. Hold on. I know I shared Carnell. Yeah, right here. You guys want to have a listen? It's like 15 minutes.
Sure.
Oh, it's unlisted now, so it's not on their channel. But here, you guys can get to it from my community tab.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome back. I'm here to introduce Carnell Smith. He's a man who does exactly what I've advocated at this convention. He's a man who gets things done for this movement. There are countless men in America who've been victimized by a terrible system. He's going to tell you about it. And he has helped them get unvictimized and be victorious over some of the most powerful political and social pressures in this country. He's a man of deep conviction, and he's a personal friend of mine, Carnell Smith.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic intro. As we say, the check's in the mail. All right, man. Thank you. As you just heard, I am Carnell Smith, AKA Rebel, AKA Troublemaker, that guy that just won't be quiet and lay down on the train tracks and just take the injustice and be silent. But I'm gonna segue right there to point out the value and the power of having great mentors and great coaches. You've heard a little bit about my story. This particular talk's not about fraternity fraud, as much as the mindset that I developed with some help from my father and from my track coach at a high school down the road from here called Lyman High School. I'm an alum from Lyman High School here near Orlando. And back some many years ago, I was a sprinter, even though I might not look like it now, and some years have, caused me to expand a bit. But I was what you would call your little speedster. And my coach demanded and laid down the law that I needed to work out with the cross country team. Now, what kind of runner did I say I was? I said sprinter. That made absolutely no sense to me that I should work out with the cross country runners. But the coach knew more than I did. And it was incumbent upon me to be coachable and teachable in order to get the maximum benefit of what the coach was putting down. But my first coach was my father. And he told me that in order to achieve some levels of victory, you are going to need some help sometime. And it is incumbent on you to get help early so that you can do something about the situation besides complain about it. Now that mindset carried me on forward, but let me tell you what working out with that cross country team did for me. The coach knew that I didn't know that when you show up at an AAU meet, should you be fortunate enough to win your first set of heats, if you don't have this thing called endurance, you won't make it later in the day. So he prepared me. I followed the instructions. I ran those 5 miles. And then he told me I needed to run a 5,000 meter race. Now, what kind of runner did I say I was? A sprinter. Can we say short distances? 200 meters and less. Zip, zip, zoom, go, right? But if you're gonna run the race such that you can last till you get something done, there's a point to this. I ran that 5,000 meter race, and you know, at the beginning, everybody starts out at the same place, right? There's a single starting line. And when they fired that gun, took off. And as we continue to go, here's 10 laps and 12 laps. And Carnell Smith is in last place. In fact, the people in the stands found it so funny that they were making fun of me while I was running that race. Remember what the coach said. It's about that you finish what you start, and not so much about you thinking about that you deserve to win. So I stayed the course. And after a while, as I get around like the 14th lap, I'm in dead last place. I come across this finish line and got a standing ovation from the same crowd that had been laughing at me earlier. What did that teach me? That you're gonna need a coach somewhere in your life. And sometimes things may not necessarily seem to appear to be fair, but you gotta stick with it in order to get the victory, even if it looks like you can't win. And other people said it's not possible. You can't do anything about it. Do you make the decision just because somebody else has never done it, that you can't do it anyway? You would have thought I was the hometown hero the way that crowd carried on for the guy who came in last place. But you know what they celebrated with me on? That I didn't quit. And as men, and as for people who care about men and boys, so what the culture is jacked up and as raggedy as it is, it can be changed. And we need representation at the table in the mental health industry, in the legislative industry, and a whole litany of others to help advocate for the best interests of boys and for men. Because if we leave it like it is, and if we adopt the mindset there's nothing that can be done about it, let me tell you what men have done to counter the current culture. I worked on a book with Dr. Helen Smith. She's a forensic psychologist, And she wrote a book called Marriage Strike. And how many of you heard that book? If you read that book, you know I'm featured in that book prominently. But what she was willing to embrace was the fact that I take this approach from what I learned in that somewhat seemed to be non-teachable moment with that running that race, is that you got to stay with the mission. You got to see it through. You got to keep pushing forward. And I was telling Dr. Helen about, okay, I understand the men saying we're going to opt out and that we are going to just go on a marriage strike. And look, if you're telling me my only choice is the radical feminist, the womanist, and that I should serve her and that we're supposed to share the leadership chair, the fellows are saying no. But I believe that we can inspire a change in the hearts and the minds of men and boys, that you can, with right coaches, right mentors. We need some masculine strategists. We need some people who've actually gotten some things done. And we need some people willing to say, the heck with what the culture says. Hey, things were great before when there was order. Things were great before when everybody understood what their roles were. Who's willing to be brave enough to go up against the culture? Sometimes the stakes have to be real high to get somebody to move and do something about it. In my own case, it just took me facing a felony prison conviction for pregnancy that I didn't commit, had 2 DNA tests to prove I didn't commit it, and I had the ex-girlfriend demanding that I be put in jail because I refused to pay for a child that wasn't mine, who, by the way, she didn't want to let me see. So when I asked this crazy question, what would I get out of this deal? How was this beneficial to me and my household to surrender 40% of my net income? And for years, know what I heard people say? There's nothing you can do about it. So they've already adopted a mindset of learned helplessness. Therefore, they don't do anything to change it. And guess what it becomes? A self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If I don't do something, then nothing changes, and therefore, I would have still been trapped. But remembering the words of my father, remembering the words of my track coach, I started paying attention to what some people who had done something successfully, and I paid attention to what Dr. Martin Luther King did, and a whole lot of other leaders. Some might have been deemed to be radical, but they were willing to go up against the culture, up against any type of ideology that says, well, you men should be quiet. You should just take it. Don't you dare speak out. I said, well, wait a minute. Isn't the court supposed to be based on truth, justice, fairness, equity, in the sense that we shouldn't hold me responsible for a lie that we can prove I didn't lie? We can prove by her own sworn testimony that she knowingly and willingly withheld information that would have caused me to challenge her statement about me being her child's father. That story is repeated again and again over the years. But my push, because I wasn't willing to just lose at the trial court and be silent, I took the fight a step higher. I took it up to the appellate court in my state. By this time, I'm also lobbying to change the law, because I believe men and boys deserve a fair shot to be able to challenge an unjust order based on what? Based on truth and evidence. And if you kind of get the idea, I don't support the believe me or the believe her movement, you would be spot on. Carnell's attitude is believe the evidence. Look, independently verifiable, corroboratable evidence. Not one DNA test, but the mother says, you must have faked the test. I was like, no problem. Pick any lab you want to. I'll take another test. And all that test proved was this time that she was the biological mother, and I'm still not related to her child. Do you think I got an apology? Do you think I got even a moderate offer to return any part of the funds that I'm out of? Instead, it's your fault you didn't find out sooner. Doesn't that sound a little bit like narcissistic behavior and blame shifting and gaslighting, a few of those other terms? What? Blame the victim? Sure, it is quite common. But this caused me to persist all the way through the state Supreme Court. And at this point, I'm showing, using the state contracted labs, that there's over 30,000 men and boys that have been tested, confirmed as not related to kids. I have an appellate court decision. However, no one will allow me to appeal my case. Now, if you understand how the law system works, you think that if you get to the highest court in your state and you still can't even get before an audience to get an oral argument to where you can at least present the facts, you're supposed to lose. But what happens? Because of this mindset shift that I learned from my father, from that lesson with my track coach, do I quit? Do I give up? The odds are heavily stacked against me. I'm facing a felony prison conviction. They call it child abandonment. If you owe more than $2,501 for a child that you are not related to, didn't adopt, and by the way, you're not going to even be allowed to see them, you can be convicted of a third-degree felony. Third-degree felony messes up everything that I would have going on for my wife and newborn at home. And by the way, 40% of my net income. I don't know about how many people play to, do budgeting and stuff like that, but an unexpected 40% bite out of your budget, take-home pay, is going to be a surprise that's a little difficult to recover from. But with the mindset, understanding the value of having and needing a coach and needing a mentor, I persist. I continue to push. So I contact my state representative. And guess what? I tell him about paternity fraud in such a way, I told him about how easy it would be to sue him and his son for paternity with no evidence by a woman he didn't know, for a baby he never helped create, and that it could be legally enforceable and his assets could be taken. The guy got it in under 15 minutes. And lo and behold, he is the representative who's on the special judiciary committee where I need to have legislation introduced. And this guy championed the bill that we proposed based on as if it happened to him. Had I not been open to coaching and mentoring, I wouldn't have had the mindset on how to present the issue the way Dr. Martin Luther King did.
Yeah, does that sound familiar, anybody?
Boy, when I have heard that before.
Hello?
Right? Sorry, I put everybody on mute because there's a lot of background noise.
If he didn't have the mentoring, capability to do what he was doing, he would still be in that situation.
Right.
Yeah. Learn something new every day, don't we?
Yeah. Well, it cut it off because it only streamed like the first, 15 minutes or so of the whole thing. But here, I'm going to give y'all his website too, because he has a lot of good stuff and people can just contact him. The people that are going through this shit, he is kind of a hub for a lot of resources. Yeah, cardinalsmith.com. By the way, hello, Saunders. You just joined us. Are you there?
You're muted, Saunders.
Oh, here, I'll unmute you. You there, Saunders?
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. What's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Did you see the video?
I did.
Did you? Yeah, this guy's been like on Dr. Phil. He's been on a lot of. He gets a lot of hate, by the way, for being quote unquote men's rights activist or advocate.
That seems to be pretty much commonplace anymore.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right.
All right.
No, I heard it, and I can relate to when he was talking about, well, obviously many things, but when he was talking about 40% of his income, at one time mine was 37%, and I had to fight and pay more to go back to court for child modification to get it down to the current 25% that it is now, which is still a huge hit, regardless. But yeah, that those numbers are real.
Yeah. Well, and he might have an answer to the current situation that you have, wanting to see the kids and not wanting to have to go back to court. I mean, because really, you have an order saying you can see them, but
Yeah. Well, here's what sucks about that, right? Because if you're talking about law enforcement, it's like I have this document called my marriage decree signed by a judge. That means that it is law for this to happen if you want to get technical. But I also know, and I personally seen when a father was trying to get their sons to come out, and the sons really did not want to come out, and so the father called the police. This was when I was in Hawaii, and the police officer showed up, obviously, but at the end of the day said, "What do you want me to do? Drag him out?" And once I, remembered that, and knowing that I was fighting a losing battle from the start in the divorce, trying to get more time and whatnot, it would require to do retainer fees again, to go back again, prove why I should have more time with them. There's no guarantee that anything will change, but there is a guarantee, and that is a guarantee that you'll be out of your time and a lot of more money than you've already spent going through that shit. So it's because I know if I had the kids here and it was reversed, we know this, that if I had full custody, if I missed a weekend and, she pitched a fit about it, they'd probably have me in handcuffs, but it's not that way when it's the other way around.
right.
Yeah. I just try to make do with the quality. I try to do as much quality with the time that I have allotted and try to give up control of certain things, which is really, really hard. Was really hard for me, whether it's pride, ego, whatever, but knowing that there's some things that your hands are actually tied. There's nothing more that you can do. It's out of your hands, out of your control. That shit would used to keep me up at night because I wanted that, control. I know what I could do with that control. And when it's out of it and you're worrying about it, it just adds to your anxiety and stress levels. And it just makes days even more shittier, and, because divorce, I mean, you're already financially, emotionally, spiritually, physically, mentally, it's all fucked up. The amount of legalese and appointments and the ungodly amount of funds that go into a divorce is it's absolutely insane. It's it could definitely fuck you up for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like whether I host a stream or anything like I did impromptu the other night, whatever the hell that was, and or I'm on a panel, like it almost feels like a virtual campfire. That's the kind of comfort I get with most things. So I am going to tell you guys too, that is why I do enjoy having a drink on there. I enjoy having a drink on there because I actually feel fucking like part of something. You know what I mean? Like we can kind of, let loose and shit like that. And so, yes, obviously I know there are some streams where I probably had more than I am very aware. Very aware. But no, I enjoy it. I'm genuinely a happy person who likes to tie one on once in a while.
So good, buddy.
I usually always do it on a stream which is probably going to make it look like that. Oh, this guy must be an alcoholic. It's like, I don't do that every night, guys, but I do that on streams. You guys know that.
Yeah.
But no, it's because I'm comfortable, because comfort's everything. You know,
stones in my pocket.
Yeah, and we had some good talks last night, for sure. And I know I'm one of the ones that rewatched your video a couple of times about that stuff because it sucks to have to say it. I'm similar in the way that I am pleasant and I believe in common courtesy, but I'm doing everything that I can to get back to home as fast as possible because, like you said, Iridium, I cherish my peace and quiet. I fucking cherish it. I love it. You know what I mean? It's you were talking about like auras and stuff like that. And it's like, I've always felt like being around people it would drain me. I need more time to like recharge just being around some people. Does that make sense at all? Like,
Yeah.
You can feel
absolutely.
it just like drains you, you know? And when, you know, because we all know that life can really suck at times. It sucks even more if you're broke, and it sucks even more than that if you're fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, and I don't mean to cut you off or come on here and bitch, but I'll be honest with you guys. I get around some of my family and I get around some of the people that say they're my friends, and it just turns into a tee-off session on what kind of low-life piece of garbage I am. And I don't got time for that shit no more. And I don't mean to come on here and bitch, you know, but I'm just like, and then I'm the bad guy for not wanting to come around and hear it. So.
Right? Oh no, I went through that shit with my family. I used to go visit my family. I moved away to Texas, away from them, like 13, I don't know, close to 14 years ago. And I used to go home the first couple of years twice a year. And then the next couple of years, once a year, I started tapering off because it was like they drink 24/7 and like nothing changed there. Their lives just continuously got worse. And it's like I was doing so many things that they didn't even seem interested in. Like the last time I was there, I was talking about my goldfish and breeding goldfish because I have really expensive, fancy fucking goldfish that are imported from other countries. And I was showing my sister these fish, and the one I was showing her, she's like, "Oh my God, that one's so pretty. How much is that one?" I was like, "It's like $250. She's like, "Oh my God, why would you spend that on a goldfish?" I was like, "Well, I don't spend any money on alcohol or cigarettes. So how much a month do you spend on fucking alcohol?" She's like, "Well, I don't know. Not 250. I know exactly. That's what I thought. I was like, you know, this is an investment into a business. These are breeder goldfish. Like she couldn't believe it. She's like, "That's a goldfish. Why would you spend that money?" I'm like, "Dude, the amount of money you fucking waste, don't even." So we like grew apart, and there's absolutely nothing we really have in common anymore. And they only called me when they fucking needed something. So it's like,
that never happened.
No, I stopped calling them because I would check up. I would like call on everybody's birthday and fucking family gather, you know, holidays. I stopped that, and it was almost 2 fucking years before my sister called me with an emergency. I'm like, "Yeah. You know how long it's been since we've talked, sister?" She's like, "Oh, I don't know." I'm like, "Exactly. You don't know."
Click.
Like, you have no idea. Well, she had cancer. She gave herself fucking cancer. So that's the last time I went to visit.
Well, that's a similar situation that happened with me. When I started my career job out here in Massachusetts, they're back in Michigan. I'm far enough away now that they can't come out here on a moment's notice and mess with me.
Right.
They either have to fly or it's at least a 14-hour drive, which is a pain in the ass for them. And it's whether you go across Canada or you go stay in the United States, it's the same, no matter what.
Yeah.
So that gives me a buffer from them. And my first few Christmases and Thanksgiving, I'd always fly out there, but that tapered off pretty quick. I just got fed up with dealing with flying that time of year in particular.
Yeah.
And also just dealing with them. I began to figure out my mom died when I was 23 years old. before I graduated my last semester. And I started thinking to myself, I'm like, you two clowns. I'm like, my mother didn't go into didn't die. She went into hiding from you two. I swear to God, when I came back to the dinner table and sit there and listen to these two bicker and bitch and get drunk and just the drunken bickering and fighting, and I'm like, she didn't die. She went into hiding. Jesus. And
Right.
that's, I hear myself saying that. I'm like, I shouldn't, Iridium, you shouldn't be thinking like that. What's making you think like that? And then all of a sudden it just snaps and you realize it's not you. They're the ones that are fucked up.
Right. Right. When you don't want to take part in their toxic environment.
Yep.
And
And
no
that
one will
was-
fuck
that
you like
was-
family.
Right.
Nope. So yeah, I've been going it alone here pretty much for a full year. And I feel none the lesser for it. If anything, I feel better because I've expanded into new things I would never expand into. Where I had more held back by that. As Gone with John said, it's emotional hostagery, or I'm not sure what the correct word is. Being an emotional hostage to these
Yeah.
people. I still have some obligation to them somehow. It's like, no, I'm 50 fucking years old.
Right.
Do what I want.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep. Oh,
I just I get so tired of this crap. It's like I agree with Bullets on this. The American motto: mind your own frickin' business, man.
Yes.
Don't get up in people's faces about stuff like that. Karen in that parking lot, getting up in my face. What if I had
Yeah.
been somebody else?
Right.
You don't
Right.
know. And I've had those kind of incidences happen all the time. When I was traveling in Indiana 3 years ago for business travel, I pulled into the liquor store to just get some Gatorade because it was like 95 degrees with matching humidity. I've been out in this third floor mezzanine outside all day. I parked the wrong way in the liquor store. I didn't, because there were no lines in the liquor store. Being not from the area, I didn't know. This woman pulls in, T-bone behind me, so blocking me in to the parking lot, and she goes to walk into the store, and she had all kinds of red flags on her. She looked like she was probably a stripper off duty, I would guess. Had
Not a
that look to
uniform,
her.
huh?
Yeah, had the stamps, had everything, ink all up her thighs and the crap and the tattoos, piercings, the whole deal. But anyways, I just asked her. I said, "Do you mind just moving your car?" And she's like, "Don't you know how to park here?" I'm like, "No, actually, I don't. I'm not from around here." She threw this huge shit fit. I mean, started yelling, calling me every name in the book. She finally did. I'm like, "I'm waiting. I'm ready when you are. If you want to move your car." I'm like, "That's all I'm going to tell you. Just I'll sit here and wait until you move your car, but I'm going to leave here. One way or the other. If I have to call the cops and have them move your car, that's fine. But it depends on how much time you want to spend doing this." And she cussed at me some more and drove off. And it's like, I didn't get pissed. I didn't get angry. I just said, this is how we're going to do this. You can yell and scream at me all you want.
Technically, the way that I had it explained to me, I had a car back into me in a parking lot one time, and it crushed in the side door of my mom's car. And I blocked the guy in until the cops got there. And the cop took me aside and explained to me that I couldn't do that. I had to move my vehicle and let him go. But this is the options that he gave me. He said, technically, you violated the law, and this is construed as technically kidnapping. You can be arrested for it.
What?
That I did. Yes, that I did not know.
Wait, that wouldn't fall under a citizen's arrest type of thing?
No,
That's what I was gonna say.
nope. Because I'm not a law enforcement officer. I have no business whatsoever blocking anybody in or apprehending anybody. I've been a security officer, class 3 here, armed security guard in the state of Texas. So I wasn't really aware of that at the time. I was kind of surprised about that, but yeah, there was a Marble Falls, Burnett County police officer that told me about that. But he said, if it happens, you know what you can do? Just get their license plate number. If they take off and leave from the scene, we can file a hit and run on them. You know, then we can arrest them. You know, so but he let me go because I was pretty much ignorant of it. But you know, technically, if you're in that situation where somebody's got you blocked in, you can tell them straight up, like, look, if you don't move your vehicle out of my way, I'm going to call the cops here. I'm going to have you arrested for kidnapping, because that's basically what it is. You're illegally detaining somebody is what you're doing when you block them in with your vehicle like that.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, something I did learn over the week. Texas is a right to fight state. So there was a gentleman I was talking to at the convention that lives in Texas, and he likes to fight. So apparently in Texas, if you say, do you want to fight? And the other person says yes, you can beat their ass like that.
Yep.
Oh, I'm moving.
Right?
Yep. You can
like they gave consent to get their ass beat.
Oh, there'd be two people at my work right now who'd be getting their asses kicked.
Right?
Yeah. Kick
No
their
joke.
ass. Don't kill them, but you can kick their ass.
Oh no, they'll be getting pimp slapped for sure. Oh yeah. Pimp slapped with the weak hand.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see. I'm setting up this stream with Primo. We've been meaning to. He's been gonna come up here and share his story for months and months and months.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah, he is. All right,
Yeah, he
Primo, I got it made. Got it made. I'm starting to get better about. Well, if people stick to it, I can schedule them. Yeah, here we go. How's that for a title? The crazies are multiplying because of low expectations. Oh, I got a tag.
That's good.
I got a tag. Because I can tag him in this.
So when you're doing that Monday?
Yeah, Monday.
Okay. Cool. And then, in case for people who've joined later, I'm doing a stream filling in for Bullets on Sunday night, and I'm doing an interview with a gentleman who we know, and yeah, it's at Bullets time. They're 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern time. It would be 6 o'clock Pacific time. So
you're gonna keep it.
Sunday.
You're gonna
Yep.
keep it a secret.
yeah, at least for now.
Okay.
Or unless he wants to tell me, he's closer than you think. It's up to him.
Dougie.
Oh man, I was gonna keep it a secret, cuz.
Dougie, I heard you laugh.
Oh mercy, I chuckled.
You just
I
gave
gave
yourself
it up.
away.
I gave it up.
No, that'll be good. That'll be good.
No, it's Douglas Edwards. So
Okay.
everybody.
I
So, yeah.
was gonna keep it. I was gonna keep it to myself and
Sorry.
keep everybody in suspense.
Yeah.
No, I'll post the stream tomorrow. I'll get it scheduled and put up tomorrow.
Okay. I'll share it in my community tab. When you do.
Yeah, I got a big night of traveling tomorrow, about 3 o'clock in the morning, and but if something does change, Iridium, I'll let you know before then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If not, I'll do a call-in stream or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure it won't be an issue. It's just you know how traveling goes sometimes. You don't
Oh, yeah.
things get haywire. So if something goes awry, I'll definitely email you or text you and let you know.
Yeah, just let me know. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Doug, you're about ready to start, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm fixing to go down here to Amtrak tomorrow, 3 a.m., hop on that thing and go to Omaha. And then Riggs Jr.'s picking me up. I got my apartment down there, so got
Nice.
everything. He found some furniture for me, so I'm coming into it. And but I'll be at his house Sunday.
Oh, you're gonna be in Nebraska. You're gonna be one of us Nebraska boys, huh?
Yeah, for a few minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, just Dougie has no idea what he's in store for. Let me tell you.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it.
No, I am too. I am definitely too. So it's all good. And yeah, and anybody else wants to do an interview with me? Absolutely, hit me up. Happy to. And I'll be doing a lot more streaming content. And as I said earlier in my stream today, this world just does not leave me at a loss for content to talk about. It just
Right.
it leaves me at no loss. And I can't wait till I go to that trip to Vegas. I can't imagine what the thottery is going to be like out there. I just I can't get my I don't know that I can even get my hands around it because it was bad last year, a year ago when I went, and it was still pretty much locked down with the COVID, real strict on the masks. They were real strict about the mask policy there out in all the casinos. And now that all that stuff's been lifted and it's all kind of back to normal, I think more, I can't get my hands around how much of it's going to be going on. I'm sure I'll be doing a stream every damn night when I'm out there.
Yeah.
Have you been to San Francisco before? Probably.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in those. That is one of the scariest cities I've ever walked through. I remember me and my colleague at work went there in 2004 for a trade show. I've been there many times subsequently, but we took a wrong turn. I've never seen so many homeless winos in my life. Just winos, math addicts, cookie addicts, booger sugar, synthetic booger sugar. I don't know what the appropriate word
What's
is.
cookie?
Crack.
Oh. Cookie? Huh.
So, yeah, just I've never seen that much of it, and how aggressive they are. I mean, they will come up to you and they will just be aggressive as hell with you with the panhandling.
Yeah.
That and Baltimore recently, where I went to just about a month or 6 weeks or so ago. Really scary how aggressive these panhandlers were. When I was sitting out listening to a live stream, one night I was out there, guy came into this little open courtyard area, and I thought I was going to have to draw my my stiletto on him. I almost did. And I went in there and I said something to the hotel staff, and I told them I'm armed. And they're like, they misinterpreted. They said, "Oh, we should call a cop." They said he's armed. I'm like, no, you didn't hear me correctly. I am armed.
Yeah.
He's the one in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a pretty sight in that city. I've been safer walking on the streets of Cali, Colombia, than I have walking in Baltimore. Honestly, with all serious conviction. Yep. Yeah, there are parts of Baltimore you don't go. If you see a red light, you just go through it. If you see somebody approaching your car and you're at a red light, you just blow the light. They tell you that there.
Wow.
Yeah. You'll get carjacked if you stay stopped.
Dude, I love living. I mean, I moved to a community on purpose where I don't have to worry about locking my shit. Even like I couldn't imagine living in a place like that.
Yeah. Well, you do have to lock your shit even here, because you got a lot. The big problem here is heroin. The big H here. In fact, we border right. The state of Vermont borders our county here in Massachusetts, and we got a lot of spillover for that. The governor of Vermont actually gave a state of the state speech, and the whole speech, the whole premise of the speech was the heroin epidemic in that state. It's a huge problem, particularly here in the Northwest or the Northeast, and people will walk through a wall for that shit. Literally will walk through walls for that shit. It's crazy what women will do for that, sexually for it. Incredible to me what they are willing to do.
They will beat and steal from their own families to get their next hit.
Yep.
Oh, that's a tip of it. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
By the way, with families, in my opinion, family doesn't mean. Hold on one second here. I just lost my damn thought. Loyalty is family. Blood doesn't necessarily mean family. Loyalty does, and because we all have those family members, you guys know. I don't even have to discuss it. But just because someone's related to you does not mean that they're fucking family. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
And I hate saying that too, man. Because if you ain't got your family, or your family ain't got you, whatever it is you want to look at it, and it's like another pile of drama on something. So then, okay, so what do? You kind of detach from people. There's a lot of people emotionally detached from, whether we got along or not. It's what's best for me moving forward and mentally and all these things like that, you know. But of course, it's always going to suck. But I don't know, man. Iridium, like you're seeing it and I'm seeing it, where people they're just people just aren't good with each other. Not just necessarily men and women. It's just everybody's fucking on edge.
Yeah. And I've noticed that at work. I've noticed the tension like I've never seen it before between people, and I really don't think it's anybody's particular fault. I just think everybody's under intense pressure. You know, my colleagues are just so entrenched in that gynocentric usury, and it consumes their lives. When they come to work, they see that as a relief, and then they bring all that crap onto me, and it's like, please, I don't want it. You know, when I come home, it's a relief from those guys telling me about their gynocentrism. I don't want to hear about it.
Iridium Kush. Iridium Kush does not want to be an emotional tampon. Leave him alone.
No, I do not. Or women, men, simps, women's, anybody. I'm not an emotional tampon. I'm not an absorbent pad.
I already forgot the acronym again. Damn it! For simp, yeah. I already forgot.
Oh shit! Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember that shit that was in the news when fucking kids were soaking tampons in alcohol and shoving it up their ass so it would bypass fucking systems and it would get them almost they would die from it. That happened around here. Yeah.
Yeah, they were getting drunk off that. I remember that.
I can't remember if it was around here, but it goes directly into your butthole lining or something.
Oh yeah,
I heard about that.
Dude, I'm all about laughing at buttholes, but something like that is just okay. That's don't do that. Don't fucking be, dude. Come on, man. Yeah. That's not a cool story. Nobody's gonna be fucking. Oh, that's cool as hell. You got drunk through your asshole. That's not a cool story. Just don't.
No.
Oh, come on. You don't at least appreciate it a little bit, Saunders?
Well, I mean, it's funny as hell because I can't believe people actually fucking do it.
People out there.
But it's funny at the same time.
Okay, Saunders, maybe you should lay down the law, being since you're kind of the butthole guy, on what's appropriate to do with one's butthole and what's not.
Well, for God's sakes, don't freaking kill yourself getting drunk through it.
Yeah.
What's your butthole ever do to you? Your butthole's your friend, man. It helps get shit out of you, right?
Right.
Damn it, you want that fucker working good. Get this fucking shit out of me.
Hey, I'm at the 50 mark. I had to have my butthole checked a few weeks ago.
I had to have my butthole checked, brother. I'm
I
with
haven't
you.
done
We
it
are
yet.
now
I'm
butthole
scared.
check brothers. I have now had a colonoscopy.
Nothing to be scared of. Nothing to be
Okay.
scared of. It's the prep beforehand that fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's the
No,
worst.
it's the night before when you got to drink all that shit and take
Oh,
those
Okay.
God.
Dude, I was
Oh.
up all night, guys. I didn't sleep. Okay, because it's straight fucking that Gatorade shit with I can't remember. You guys that have done it know what I'm talking
Egg
about.
solution.
I'm shitting every fucking hour and it's just like water going through. And
Oh, that's the term. It's
dude, it's
pissing
fucking
out
awesome.
your
but
asshole.
Dude, it's awesome. I can talk about this. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
So I went and got a colonoscopy because I just want to make sure that everything was okay because my digestive tract and all that, you know, very, very, very fucking out of whack. Very out of whack.
Yeah.
And anyways, so the night before they have you do that, then you go there and then you don't feel any of it. They put you under. They did they're removed, but I did have polyps. That's common in my family. My dad had them too, so they have those
Yeah, I had
removed.
some. Yep.
And but there was nothing negative at all outside of they found out that my stomach lining was inflamed, and that's probably what's causing some of that stuff. So I have a kind of another medication now that keeps my stomach acid where it's supposed to be, so that things move around like fucking normal and all that stuff. But yeah, and I gave one of the fucking doctors there. I said, okay, so if we got to do this again, if you need to look at something, there's no butt stuff going on, right? And they got a kick out of that. 'Cause it's like, dude, I mean, who wants that, man? You're gonna go there, you know something's going in your butthole, but at least you're happy that you don't have to fucking remember it.
Yeah, that's good.
Right,
That's now I know it's going to be okay.
Yeah, you have to have a driver take you home because they sedate you.
Okay.
So what they do? Let's see.
I'm hitting
They
that
give you
8 now.
general anesthesia, so you are
I think
in
you're
the
right-
state of sedative actually. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
cannot actually drive a car.
Yeah, you
My
have to have
father
some,
also
I
had
think
an
you guys are right.
endoscopy. So at that time, endoscopy, not colonoscopy, but endoscopy. Actually, his intestine was a little bit, shall we say, twisted from the inside. The small intestine. So at that point, he also required that.
By the way, it's good to see you on What a Contriver. I haven't talked with you in a long time, brother.
Well,
Your mother, I haven't talked with you in a long fucking time either, man. Good to see you
you
guys.
are also busy.
You all.
People are also busy. What can we
Yeah.
say?
Oh, by the way, Contriver, Greg keeps writing me. He keeps sending me stuff.
Okay, so let us do it today itself.
Well, no, he said he emailed you twice. Did you not get it?
Oh shoot! I might have not checked my email then.
Okay.
Could you just say him that I am ready anytime right now? I shall post it on my channel.
I'm gonna give you because with the time difference, I don't know. I offered to because he was checking in because he always sends me these long ass like emails with a whole bunch of German shit and calling out the crazy bitches and yeah, he said he sent let's see. By the way, I was not able to reach Contriver. He gave me an email, but it may have misspelled it, ? Unwanted Contriver.
UNC
Your
were in
email.
capital.
Yeah, that UNC or capital. Yeah. So you should have gotten it. He said he emailed you twice.
I
But
might have not seen
If
it then.
if not, then I will give you his and he would like you to email him.
Okay, sure.
Yeah? All right, I'll put that in
Sure.
your Discord right now.
Okay.
I don't want to share it on here because it's his
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
it's like his tech channel.
It's fine.
How's everybody doing? Doing good?
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Still alive?
Better than you deserve, huh?
Yeah.
Dave Ramsey.
Yeah. No, I had a better days than I'd say I probably deserved. The end of the day is what I did my stream about today, and yeah, that was a real capper to my day, and it made the whole thing. And the whole theme is about this so-called strong and independent woman. I let her be the strong and independent woman that she was, I kicked back and laughed. And yeah, I took it a step further than just being nice. I had some fun with it today. So
You had another fucking bullshit scenario happen today?
no, I turned the tables this time. It was this woman truck driver who picked up some freight, and she was about 5'3", maybe 130 pounds, pretty petite woman. Actually, not bad looking. I had to haul two. What she had to pick up was two of our big heavy pieces of test equipment. They weigh about 1,500 pounds a piece. And even before I could get those on the crate, I have a hydraulic pallet jack that we can move this stuff and bring it down to the hallway to the dock with no problem. But she just had this little hand pallet jack. Well, she had to move this pallet of were like old wrought iron rebars and bars and fencing. So this shit had to weigh at least 500 pounds or so. And, in the past, I would have gone there and helped her. And I just stood there with my hydraulic pallet jack and waited for her impatiently, very impatiently. I made it a point to look impatient, looking at my watch, twiddling my fingers like this. I got all day for this, mumbling under my breath. Oh, she's getting more and more flustered, moving the stuff around, banging it around. It's falling all over in the trailer. I'm like, I got all day for this.
Oh, the sarcasm is beautiful.
Yeah.
So I said, it gets better. It just gets better by the minute. So I bring the thing in widthwise. So it has very high and it's very wide, but it has very narrow, but it has very wide sides. So I have to bring it in widthwise into the trailer. And then she wanted to turn it sideways inside the trailer. This is 1,500 pounds. It weighs 10 times what she does. She's like, can you use your jack to do that? I'm like, well, OSHA requirements are I can't use my jack in your trailer, and what I don't think I really can do, but I just use that as an excuse and said, nah, I'm not comfortable operating your jack in my truck.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. So I'll go back. I'll go get to the second one while you turn the other one around. I'll go get to the second one, and you bring that back. You could turn this one around, and I did exactly that. I brought it back in widthwise into the truck. No, you're going to turn that around, right? It's like, yeah, okay. I'm like, you got this, right? Absolutely. Good. I'll go get the last one. And it was an awkward crate that the forks don't fit completely under. The French like to use they use metric fork trucks, so our fucking forks won't go under them. So I have to carry these things at a cocked angle down the hallway. And I had to bring it up the ramp to the truck like that. So I just dropped it right on the ramp. And I said, this one only weighs about 300 pounds. You should be able to push it on the trailer.
Wait, did you leave it? So when she jacks it up, she has to stop it from rolling back to. Oh, she couldn't do it, could she?
Isaac Newton's a bastard, man.
Yeah.
Did it run her over?
No, she managed to fumble her way over and get it up there. And I intentionally forgot the shipping paperwork, and we had problems with these people picking up the wrong shit last week. Yeah. Yeah. So I said, and she's like, I need to sign the paperwork. I'm in a big hurry. Do you really need me to sign it? I'm like, I have to follow procedure. And I'm sorry, I forgot the paperwork. It's all the way down at the end of the hallway. So I went down to the end of the hallway, took a piss.
Your sweet ass time.
And I had told her I had forgot. I knew exactly where it was. I came back, and she had started to close the door to her trailer. And I said, wait a second. This is a dot the I and cross the T thing. I got to check those shipping labels again. Make sure they match these bills of lading. I got to check this one more time. You can't shut that door just yet and put that ramp up. I got to walk in there and check those. This is dot the I and cross the T. Oh, my God. She was getting flustered. And all she could do was just, get out of there. And all I hope is that she has a sore back tonight.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
So that's female empowerment for you.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. I just let her be a strong and independent woman and sat there and just impatiently waited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Bliss, how are you?
The title of the stream is Karma.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what to do because I had RJ Regan set for tonight, but he's traveling, so he's had a couple blips pop up. So we were gonna do it last night, but he's still not where he's supposed to be. So right now, I guess he's on a train. I'm like, now let's reschedule till you know you're gonna like be in a hotel room and you have your privacy and all that kind of stuff. This RJ Regan dude, he is gung ho for the crazy bitch boot camps. Let me tell you, his wife divorced him. His 2 daughters went to university, got university indoctrinated. And while he was running for some politics, his daughter sends out a tweet, "For the love of God, don't vote for my dad." And it cost him his fucking campaign, and he lost to a Democratic woman. So, and it's the same story. It's literally the same story a bunch of my clients already told me, where they said, I mean, these are daughters raised in 2-parent conservative households, send their daughters to university, and by the end of the first semester, they're coming home telling them, how much they suck because they're white. And that privilege, and then the dad's like, it's the privilege that's got your ass to college. Don't forget that. Like, yeah.
Yep,
These universities.
But sorry to interject, Mr. Iridium, please go ahead, sir.
Oh, I was just going to say, I can attest to that. My colleague, who's 2 years older than me, has 2 college-age daughters, 2 college-age kids. Older daughter has been in college for a year now, starting her 3rd semester, first year sophomore, raised very conservatively by traditional family. And he's as conservative as me. But one semester at that fucking college and turned into a narcissistic little feminist.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Disgusting. I can't stand being around her. I watched her one time walk into his office, past everyone in our office, didn't say a word to us, and steal ganked $60 out of his wallet. If I did that to my dad.
Right. Entitled, spoiled little bitch.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
He had to drive to her college an hour to put air in her tire in her car because it was low.
Holy fuck.
You wouldn't be doing that. You got to figure that kind of stuff out on your own.
That's not going to happen very much anymore, I'm afraid, man.
I'm sorry. My dad taught me how to do that kind of stuff, like upkeep type of stuff.
Well, I believe in public education for sure. They should have dealing with debt, dealing with loss. They should have, like a mental health, how to cook, how to check all the fluids in your car, the tire pressure.
Absolutely.
I think they should have those. Okay, how about taxes or deposits and rent and shit like that. Debt management. I think I might have already said that, but I think that is something that should replace some of the worthless shit that they have in there, so that you're actually more prepared. Because I know a lot of it you don't use outside of high school that I'm not talking shit about, but people would be better prepared if these things were implemented instead of those things, But I'm also glad that I came from a small school, not a big one, because the big ones, from all the news and everything, those are the ones that are coming under fire with doing a bunch of fucking weird shit, and fucking trans, like pedo,
this stuff,
library, and all that crap, and yeah.
And something I wanted to say about the rainbow stuff. I had a colleague from France, our company's headquarters in France, who was overt, obvious that this guy was homosexual, no question. I worked with this gentleman for 18 years, learned a life's worth of knowledge from this man. We always got along. It was never brought up as a topic. It was never once in our 18-year professional relationship was that ever brought up as a topic. Never once. And
Right.
never once were we uncomfortable around one another. We were strictly professional. He loved to talk about politics, so I let him talk about that. But that issue never came up, and I'm sure he would be disgusted right now. I'm sure he is. I haven't spoken to him in about 4 months or so, but I'm sure he is equally as disgusted by the fuckery that's going on. No question in my mind. Because this was a man of true integrity, honesty, and a wealth of knowledge. One of the best mechanical engineers I've ever worked with in my life. So anybody who tells me I don't understand these people, you can go fuck yourselves.
Yeah.
That's right. You listen to him. You go fuck yourself. You don't fuck
Yeah,
around.
same experience. I think I mentioned that.
We got
earlier,
Iridium Kush.
working
We
in
got a
Austin.
laid back Iridium Kush. It's in his name, Kush, and he's getting angry about it. You know, when someone's fucking chilling with some Kush and they're getting angry, you guys know you fucked up.
Right. What was that, Bullets? You were starting to say something.
Bullets, you have the floor.
Or
Oh, no, I
contriving.
was just saying that, like, I had the same experience as well, you know, working in Austin, you know. I think I mentioned that earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, never had any issues with the guy, and I mean, he had a worldwide network. Like when we came out
Yeah,
for
they're
a trade
just
show.
people, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that wasn't my son's experience with gay people, though. He worked at a grocery store and they kept fucking hitting on him. And he didn't like it. And one of his supervisors actually kept poking and prodding and you know, talking about, hey, you want to stay late? You know, and at first my son's like, oh, yeah, I'll pick up the extra hours. And he pulls out his wallet. He's like, no, this will be off the clock. And my son's like, excuse me? Like, and this dude was like, adamant. And my son is not somebody to be fucked with. So he kept saying, like, if he fucking touches me, I'm knocking him out. Like, I've already told it. Like, he had to go to a coworker to have them go talk to, like, his supervisor above that guy because it was a little inappropriate.
Well, it's inappropriate.
Well,
Yeah.
Keep your gay shit at home.
Yeah, exactly. Out of the workplace.
It's sexual advances in the workplace.
Yeah.
Well,
These are younger gay guys, though. Younger gay guys that have no boundaries.
Doesn't matter.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying the generational differences. Like, there's a lot of really fucked up gay people right now.
And unfortunately, it's not about what you know anymore. It's about who you know. And your son should still do that for sure. I agree. But you have all these fucking high-minded type thinking people down the damn corporate chain or corporate ladder, if you will. And who knows if he's going to be fucked with now because he decided to say something about it. You know, because corporate politics is a thing. Everybody who's ever worked in corporations or whatnot knows that. You know, it's corporate fucking politics.
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore. He said he was tired of the gay shit.
Work there? Hey, good. You never
Tired
know
of the gay shit.
No, you never know when you're going to get a target on your back because these people, they're not fucking, they don't care about, they don't have your best interest. You could be replaced like a cog in a wheel in a week if you died tomorrow.
Yeah.
At most corporations. And you don't know it's not that you want them with you. You want these things reported, fair, tracked, all these things. You're doing what you're supposed to do. But sometimes when someone does that, now you're fucking targeted because you decide to speak up against it.
Yeah. He just didn't want to have to knock somebody out.
Well, yeah. Because now you're going to be under the legal microscope. Oh, how dare you? Even though we poked you and poked you and poked you, and nobody cared. You react. Now you are the definition of this entire thing because of your one outburst. Now you're proving the monster that these people tell you that you are. That's what they're trying to do, and they do deserve those ass whoopings. They do.
Yeah.
They deserve them. They should have them. In a righteous world, they would have those because it would, let's just say it would take care of a lot of fucking issues we have today.
It would properly socialize these fuckers.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Because, look, man, I know getting in fights and shit like that sucks, but there was a time, Iridium, you know this, good mother, you know this, there was a time where there was a line, you didn't cross it. Otherwise, if you crossed it, the chances of physical altercation just fucking skyrocketed. And nowadays, people know they can get in your face and try to get that same type of fight out of you, but they know that if you touch them, you're the one that's going to get fucked. No matter how much or what they did or what they put you through or whatever, they're just going to look at how you reacted instead of what led to that shit.
Right. Yep.
Well, that's what took me back so much when I was in Vegas last year. They were so strict about the mask policies, and in the trade show hall, I was sitting at a banquet table in the morning. So I'm on Pacific time. My colleagues are on East Coast time, so I'm trying to catch up with the day's business over there. And first thing in the morning for me, I had my mask off. I'm sitting at the table. Lo and behold, this security guard, while I'm talking to my colleague about millions of dollars worth of business, this motherfucker comes up to me, tells me to put my mask on while I'm on the phone, minding my own business, talking to my colleague. Does that guy even understand how close he came to getting his neck snapped?
Oh, dude.
Right.
Oh my God.
God damn.
It took everything I had. I literally had to tell my colleague, I said, I need to hang up the phone and I need to walk away from this guy. I said, I do not feel well right now. I need to walk away.
Fucking Iridium Kush's eyes started turning green and shit.
Oh, literally like the red in the Predator or some shit. If I could have set the guy on fire with my eyes, I would have. And luckily I had it was a 420 show, so I had some 420 on me. I went outside and hit that shit up.
Yeah. See, Iridium had to do that, or else Iridium would have become the Iridium fucking Hulk.
I swear to God, I could see myself growing.
No, yeah, absolutely. And that just adds on to the rant you're talking about the other day and what we're talking about, because it adds up. It's like these aren't isolated cases, guys. This is going on throughout everywhere, and people are just getting they're just exhausted. They're fucking tired. They're hopeless. They have no faith in what's going on. There's people are just fucking ready to pop. And then the ones that of us, if we let loose, the only thing that protects these types of people that we're talking about, Iridium, is our restraint. That's the only thing that protects them.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that protects these people is our restraint. Okay, like when someone gets in your face or someone's cussing you out or anything like that, the only thing that's protecting those people is your restraint, because it's probably going to end up being more costly to you going through the court system, this, that, and the other, than it is to just walk around the other way. But well, Jared, people are assholes everywhere. Yeah, because they're allowed to be, because we can't kick the fucking shit out of them.
Right. Because we cannot socialize them properly.
Well, it allowed all these simps, white knights, not just feminists, but the white knights who were weaponized by them. It empowered these people when they made all these mandates. It made these idiot people who have no business being in charge of anything. All of a sudden, they're like these experts on healthcare. And I couldn't believe how this guy got in my face like that. I never had anybody just like, the only time I've ever had somebody get in my face like that was when I got in a fight with somebody. I mean, that's the only other time that's ever happened to me. And I had a guy get in a fight with me, and he threw a punch at me, and we got into it. I mean, we drew blood. I mean, you throw a punch at me, I'm going to throw it back. And let me tell you, I tied that little motherfucker into a pretzel knot.
Yes. Yeah. I wish we could just kind of go back to those rules of engagement.
Did you guys ever have those? Did you guys ever have those fucking days where it's like, why couldn't have this person said or done this one thing in the mood that I am fucking right now? And I would have showed them what the fuck. Like that, you thought about it, that you should have said or done it later type thing. You guys ever have that shit? You should have fucking done that or should have said that. Yeah, it's like, why couldn't they fuck with me like that right now, man? I'd tear their fucking head off and shit down their goddamn fucking throat, dude. It's almost like, well, here's another thing when it comes to like, kush or drinking or whatnot. It keeps other people safe from me. No, seriously, no.
Weed's the same for me.
Cringe, but that's why I talk about I'm pleasant, I'm cordial, but I deal with everybody in as quick as a manner as possible so I can get back to my house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, people don't realize sometimes that yeah, the THC helps and the CBD help to keep the engine at a lower idle.
Keeps the fucking
because
monster at bay.
it sedates the beast. Very much so, because
Well,
I would be a fucking samurai if I didn't do it.
I would like to get our society to a point where men didn't have to medicate themselves in order to not kill people. Okay?
I agree wholeheartedly with that. I will say something about you, good mother.
Mm-hmm.
A feminist pooped in your Cocoa Puffs when you were a kid, didn't she?
No, my mom was a crazy bitch.
You are so laser focused
Yeah.
on that one topic.
Yeah, crazy
Um,
bitches. Yeah.
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 I have mommy issues, okay?
Your mother has not deviated from
I hate my mother. They're right.
Your mother is not.
No. I literally watched her do all the things that the guys, especially in the MGTOW community, fucking talk about. I watched her do that shit to my dad, my father, my stepdad, my brothers and sisters' dads, every man that was in her life. She used the government. She separated children. She alienated children from parents. Like she actually caused gender dysphoria within me because she was resentful of me and my dad's relationship. So I lost time with my father because of her fucking lies. And the only reason she got away with that shit was because she had the state backing 24/7. Psychology field, welfare, medical field, all the things. So no, I understand all of this shit. And I currently live in a community where I get the university side. The past 13 years, I've listened to my clients who work at the university talk about how things have changed over time. And I've seen it destroy families. I've seen what the fuck it's doing. So I'm laser focused on the core issue, being the universities. Because what happened to me growing up is way downstream of that. And I know that. So that's why I'm laser focused, Kush.
Yeah.
Because I see the problem.
I respect
Yeah.
it. It's just you've always been very clear. The
Yeah.
position is clear, abundantly clear.
But you can just say I hate my mom. So, and I have internalized misogyny.
But no,
That's what the
I've seen it.
feminists say.
I've seen it in my own family. My aunt, who's a raging alcoholic, her husband. I pity that man. I pity that man. I don't know how he stayed married to that woman all those years.
Right.
That man. I think you could hang that guy by his fingernails, and I think he would just say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?"
Whoa.
I swear to God, after having to deal with that aunt of mine.
Yeah.
You can't get your arms around it.
Yeah. Well, and my mom ruined my stepdad, and my sister followed in her footsteps, and she kind of latched onto him. She still lives with him. She's 18 months younger than me, has 2 different baby daddies, and has never lived on her own. Never been married. I mean, and she does the same shit my fucking mom does. So it's like a generational thing. It happens. So he's ruined. He drinks himself to death, and you know how that Jordan Peterson thing is like saving your father from the underworld type of thing. I feel like that's kind of what I'm doing. Fundamentally, I want to fix why he's in that position to begin with. So none of the people in my family will shun her because she's able to manipulate and guilt them. So she's very much involved in the toxicity in my family.
Yeah, and I've seen what it's done to friends and family members in my life over the years, and I've seen professional colleagues get their lives ruined because when they go out to trade shows that I'm at, one of my competitors, wife's cheating behind his back. He knows it's going on, and I remember the guy just got so drunk and miserable, made a fool out of himself, so much so that I had to leave. I'm like, I can't be associated with you when you're acting like this, if other customers see me around you like this, it's gonna be bad, man. I can't see you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said bad for business. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't be doing that. You know, it's a small area, and all the people go to the same restaurants, to the same networking events. So yeah.
Braxton, quit being racist. Not only black people can have baby daddies. Shut up. Look at not some awesome Alice. She's got 2 baby daddies. She's a white bitch with a grill in her mouth. She's gonna add this entire stream now to her list because I mentioned her fucking name, like a proper fucking psycho.
Yeah, the accountant in our office, she's a white woman. She got two kids by 2 different baby daddies.
Yep.
So
Bastard
she's total thought.
It's fucking funny. It's fucking funny being my age and hearing it. I love hearing fucking you, Iridium, in your 50s saying she's a fucking thought.
Right? Oh, when he says thought socket, it's priceless.
It's fucking, it's funny, man.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've learned all this.
I mean, we can laugh about it in the way we're laughing about it, but it's not funny. But you know what I mean.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's funny. It's funny now, having all the knowledge I have now, and when I go into different places when I travel, and seeing the reactions of people to me. It's really interesting and transformative to see the way women react around me. It's you comment on one of my streams, Bullets. Best way to piss off a woman, ignore them. It's guaranteed to do that. And
yeah,
Yep,
I've got that
Red
down.
Pill Rager. You want to piss off a Red Pill Rager? Ignore him.
Yeah.
It works. It works all around, man.
Yeah. That's I do the same. I just I ignore I ignore the haters. And that's what I do. I do rip fun at them because I didn't feel compelled to do a chameleon stream because Hermit had kind of beaten me to the punch or stolen my thunder. So I just kind of threw the inquiry out there. I just said, would anybody be interested in hearing my perspective on it? And Hermit said yes. JR said yes. A few other people said yes. I'm like, all right, we're doing this.
And then here you are.
And that has been my most watched video so far.
Coming up,
and I'm not one to want to do that kind of thing, to go ripping on these kind of people, but that grift by that woman was so freaking obvious. I mean, the minute somebody clicked the mouse on the 100,000th subscriber, it's like, oh, I'm done with the red pill. Oh, that's so convenient. Could you just at least fool somebody? I mean, wait until the 100,059th subscriber or something. I mean, at least try to fool somebody.
Yeah.
But if you're going to grift that obviously, and then when I look back through that video where I appeared in her stream, that was hysterical. That was priceless. I stopped that video at just the right time. I recommend anybody watch that stream because
I think I'm lost.
Oh yeah. Her face when you paused it, you could you could stick many in there.
And it was not my intention to stop it at that point. I just happened to. It's serendipity. That was just dumb luck.
No, she just can't help. No, she just can't help herself, Kush.
Oh, you saw that? I mean, you saw her. She was just like, I mean,
yeah.
Is that on one of your streams? I think I missed that.
Yeah, it's chameleon time. It's got a little military theme on the picture for it. And I talk a little bit about. I started out with a military theme about who's an enemy and who's a friendly, and how do you identify them? And and I use that as a prologue to that stream. Know how to identify who's on your side. who's a false prophet and who isn't.
Yeah.
Who's a real prophet? Who's down with the team? Who's not?
Yeah. Me and Marie are gonna do a stream tomorrow, and we're gonna go over some Manosphere women. Because I got a bone to pick with Jennifer Molesky. So.
Oh, I do too.
Actually, I had a chat with her a little bit the first night I was there, and I literally told her that we need more women holding women accountable, that we don't need enough. And what does she do? She agrees with me, right? And then she proceeds to be harder on men than women the entire thing. She even, threw in a bunch of disgusting misandry. So I'm not a fan of shaming men as a woman. I feel like the men should sort the men out. The women should sort the fucking women out. Like, why are you going to proceed to not give women in our society the same fucking treatment that you're demonizing and shaming and just, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it at all.
I think mostly it's they reap the benefits, like for someone like yourself who thinks differently, they reap the benefits of what society provides them for being that way.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's appropriate. It's not helpful. And the way she talks about fucking the MGTOW community, it's like the most emotionally and mentally fucking abused men that we have in our society. Like, do you see people going over the battered woman shelter and laughing at those stupid bitches, or cracking a joke every time like somebody raises a hand and they fucking flinch? Like, that kind of shit pisses me off. That would be the equivalent in my eyes to making fun of.
Well, I'm curious to know, GM, if you want me to keep it under wraps, or that little tidbit I sent to you.
I'm gonna go over that tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing about it.
Yeah. She's one on my list. So.
Yeah, I won't say any more.
Okay.
I won't spoil it.
Okay.
But I look forward to hearing your angle on it. I look very forward to that. I got a popcorn and a 2-gram blunt waiting.
2-gram blunt.
Wow, that's a big fucking blunt, brother.
Oh yeah. No, they sell them. They sell them here at the gas station. Big ass ones.
Oh man.
Yep.
Pre-rolled J's, baby.
Oh yeah.
Don't give me none of those zigzags. I can't roll worth a fuck anyway. Never have.
I can't roll a joint worth a fuck. Nope. So it's Hermit here. Awesome.
Hermit.
Ranger. Hello, Hermit.
Oh, Red Ranger, Real Talk and Scotty? Really?
I don't think I know who.
I haven't spoken to Scotty in a long time.
When you guys came on, I meant to have him in the back tab.
Hey, YOLO, Hermit.
I don't know who Red Ranger
Good
is.
work,
I don't
man.
think.
Love that last stream you had on the Hustle stream. That was freaking awesome, dude.
That was awesome.
They get quiet in here.
Bit quiet. Everybody's a little bit quiet here. Come on, make some fucking noise.
I'm winding down. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I am.
Me too. It's almost midnight.
How dare you guys? How dare you?
Here it is. The Fall of the West. Ooh. Here. I'll share it. And here.
Yeah, it was going on at the same time. I don't know at the same time you started, but you were going on.
Yeah, I wasn't. I kind of felt like, because I had that one set with RJ, but then had to move it. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna get on anyway and catch up and find out what I've missed in the past week that I've been gone. Oh, do you guys want to see my hat? I wore this in the airport, and there was a feminist that was mad.
The future is patriarchy.
Yeah.
Patriarchy fucking works.
No, I didn't I only got one nasty look from a feminist, actually.
That's
And
awesome.
she was fucking weird. I saw her when I was in security line because the lines were stupid. I saw her because I kind of glanced over, and you know how people part and then there's like somebody there. She had short hair like this, and it was all like faded purple and blues, and it looked like hell. And she had a mask on, and she had her hood on, but her hair was like bushing out. And she was just like looking at me, like staring at me, and I kind of noticed her. And then I went back to talking to my neighbor, and then I looked over. She's fucking staring at me again. I was like, she sees my hat. So I didn't see her the rest of the time. I sit on the plane, and the bitch is on my plane. And she's walking down the aisle, and she's looking at me like this. And I looked at her, and I smiled, and she went, like with her mask on. I was like, what the fuck? And I started laughing, and it pissed her off.
Do that again.
That-
What'd she do?
Oh, I've seen that look before. Oh yeah.
What is that? What is that look?
No, what you need to tell her is that you love the KN9505 Plus mask. That looks really good. Looks awesome.
No, I just laughed at her, and it pissed her off.
Well, yeah, anything positive is going to make them mad.
But that was it. I expected her to say something or yell at me or throw something at me from behind in the plane, and nothing fucking happened. So.
Primo living, the Darth Vader helmet haircut, classic Karen.
Are they still mandating masks on airplanes?
No.
No.
That was voluntary.
Oh, it was the whole time?
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's voluntary now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
they're
they
not
stopped
pushing
that
it.
back in April. They stopped that back in April. Yep.
Good. Because I don't have a mask, and I'm going to go get on a train tomorrow night, so I don't
Fuck
know.
those fucking mask wearers. That's a red flag to me. If I see you in there, when I see you in your car when you're by yourself and you still have a mask on with your windows up, I just fuck you, motherfucker.
Oh no, that's a dumb fuck. That's instantaneous.
And I make
know
sure
you're
that
dumb
my son
fuck.
hears it. I say it when we're going to boxing. I'm like, if you see that son, you just slap the fuck out of him. No, don't do that. But they're good opportunities, and it'd be really cool to have like a compilation of the shit that I say in front of my son on like shorts.
Yeah.
No, I love that though. I love that I get to spend that time with him, and we get to go boxing shit together because I would have loved to went boxing with my fucking dad. That would have been the fucking shit. And he's seeing changes. He's also seeing things because obviously he's entered the dating world, and he's like, Dad. I'm like, yes, son. He's like, Dad, I'm seeing some things play out in real time that you've kind of told me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm assuming you have an example, son. He's like, yeah, you were right. Women want guys that other women want, Dad. I saw it. I'm like, what the fuck? It felt good, but I hate saying those things to him. I'm like, just keep this in the back of your head. I'm not the type of guy or father to tell my son that it's not natural to be attracted to women. Absolutely. Yes. If you're attracted to her, go ask her on a date, son. Yep. Absolutely. It's okay to be attracted to a woman. Absolutely. Because that's normal. It's normal, guys. It's fucking normal.
I know.
Yeah. And, so you have that kind of conundrum where you're fighting it like you don't want to. I've talked about this before, where you don't want to take, quote unquote, their innocence, but at the same time you want to make sure they're educated, right? Like this is how there's the way the world should be, and then there's the way the fucking world is, right? And anyways, I try to be that kind of pillar for him. It also sucks though because I'm at the mercy since his mother has full legal and physical custody. She decided that one day where you're not going to go boxing with your dad anymore. I can't stop it unless I go back to court and, try to get something modified or whatever. That would be out of my hands because she does have control. She can say yes or no. So it's like, okay, take advantage of what you've had. I introduced her to the gym, these things, all these things going on. And I'm never going to get the quantity of time that I want, but what can I do with the quality? That's what I talk about. It's like, it's out of my control. I can't mess with it. At least not, now. I just can't.
No, the important fucking thing is they're with their father and you're teaching them fatherly stuff. That's the important thing.
Yeah. I'm teaching them how to drive now. I'm teaching them how to check the transmission fluid, the oil. Don't ever open the freaking coolant tank if the freaking shit's hot. Don't touch it. Teaching them, how to read tire pressure on a tire and the size of a tire if you had to get a new one. Just things that I think guys should know. And then at the same time, we're able to go boxing. So we have that half-hour drive there and back. And I cover it, even though with my child support, I cover him going with me. I cover his fees. I cover all that stuff. It's worth it to me. And he'll be here tomorrow, by the way, for his weekend. But unfortunately, my 12 and 9-year-old, not so much.
Well, that's what I was saying, Saunders. Like, that's why I was trying to direct you to this fucking resource that you're ignoring.
I am not ignoring.
Here, save this, because that's a big deal. Like, she should be definitely doing something there,
because it proves that you're not the adult a parent to make sure that happens. Like whether or not you guys want to go, you're going to go spend time with your dad, because that's what I would do.
Exactly. That's what I did.
Yeah.
I mean, my son's dad is. I had to make my son go do it, and I made him go do it. So
yeah, that's just what you should do.
Yes.
It's called co-parenting for a reason. It's like, even though shit didn't work out, we can still do this. We can have good communication. We can still raise healthy children with our relationship with each other, even though we're not together. It can still be, mutually positive, and we can show them that even though this didn't work, it can still work here. We still have this unity and all this. We have this communication. But if the support's not there on one other side, whether
I know,
it's
I know,
gonna happen. It just won't.
I know. Here.
And God forbid I have any type of a quote unquote good idea, because that's always going to be subjective. But anytime I have one, it's not followed in spite of the fact that I'm the one who came up with it.
I know.
Yeah.
Because you have a crazy bitch for an ex.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. I really don't. This is why I talk about emotional detachment, guys. And this is something that a father shouldn't ever have to say, but it's what saved me. Is you have to emotionally detach to things you have no control over, even if it's your own flesh and blood, even if it's your own children. Because if you don't, you will fuck yourself up in your own mind when you get lost in your own thoughts. And I know you guys fucking know what I'm talking about when I say that. You know what it's like. You can get lost in your own thoughts and really fuck yourself up. I mean, how many of you guys have got lost in your thoughts, and then before you knew it, you're going like 90 miles an hour, on the road? I've done that shit. So it's got an effect that is really hard to explain, but I know you guys know what I'm talking about. And,
I'm gonna drop off and say goodnight to everybody.
Hey, Doug, take care, Doug. Hey, good luck tomorrow. Make sure your butt's up. It's on time. Probably be 10 to 15 minutes early if possible.
Yes.
Because if you're on time, you're late. If you're on time,
if you're on time, you're late. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I live my life that way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I will be early. For
it's
me,
probably going to be one of those things that
late.
is the civilian version of hurry up and wait. You're probably going to get there early, and you're going to have to fucking wait.
Oh yes, and that's okay.
No, it's not. Fucking bullshit. That's your time.
Iridium. If something happens and my travels go haywire, I'll let you know about Sunday. But okay, I definitely appreciate it, man, and I look forward to it. I don't. It's
your job's more important than a stream, man.
I understand.
Better do Nebraska.
I'm one of these weird guys. I obsess about plans, and I over obsess about them until I have it down to a T. And but like I said, I'll definitely keep you updated if something goes haywire in my travel or something.
Yep.
All right, Douglas. It was good chatting with you. Thanks for your contribution.
Oh gosh, thank you. Thanks for letting me come on and vent some of the stuff that's been on my mind. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Anytime, man.
Thank y'all. God bless you and have a good night.
All right.
Get your ass to bed, boy.
I'm going.
No, take care, bro.
I can
see
tell
you, Bullets and Unwanted Contriver. Always a pleasure getting to hear from you too, sir.
Take it easy, brother. Good night.
Oh, hey, Contriver. Hey, can you do me a favor, brother? Can you say butthole, please?
Butthole.
No. Brother fucker is way better.
Brother fucker.
No, I love dude. The way he says butthole is the fucking shit.
You are
Or
not.
his- or his
You are
famous
okay.
quote
Good mother.
when he talks
You-
about the bottom beach.
Right.
Bottom beach. That shit cracks me up.
Oh,
man.
dude, Unwanted. I don't know if that's what you guys were just talking about, but I watch that shit every so often. Those two Indian guys cussing each other out. That shit fucking cracks me the fuck up.
Oh no,
Have
the
you-
one that I love is the one that's a short clip.
Yeah.
There's the one that's like it's no, mama, do not
Fuck
speak
you, bloody.
English,
You
but
fuck
I
me ass.
just
Fuck
heard
you, bloody. Fuck you, bastard, bitch. Dude, it's fucking
no,
hilarious.
no,
Can we watch that shit? Good mother, can we watch
How
that?
do you say? How do you say it, Contriver, when you talk about the bottom bitch? You say, you wrap it up
Oh, yeah.
differently.
Yeah.
Well, I can say in two accents. One is bottom bitch, and one is bottom bitch.
That one.
There you go.
The bottom bitch of the bottom bitch. Awesome Alice's White Knights. It sucks that, yeah.
That cracks me up when he's on a rant and he's talking about he's just bottom bitch.
I mean, my best is the best I gave is do your faggotry somewhere else, not here.
Right? I like the rap. You know, the Hard Times Create Weak Men spinoff?
That
Yeah.
in AAVE. Oh,
Yeah,
I can
and-
say that even now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
do
a
that
brown
one.
guy.
Hey,
I used to call-
good mother. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you guys. I have the link for that. How do I fucking do this? God dang it.
Well,
I have the link for that son of a bitch.
I think if you just put it in a private chat.
Private chat. Okay, yeah. Yep, thank you. Dude, this shit's fucking hilarious. If you don't mind playing that, it's fucking hilarious.
sure, when Contriver's done doing his rap.
Okay.
Because he's a brown man. He can say it.
Okay, I'll say it. Real shit create real niggas. Real niggas. We straight chilling. Straight chilling create bitch niggas. Bitch niggas start some real shit.
Get out of here.
All right, what the hell is this?
No, you gotta watch this. It's just fucking hilarious.
Very funny argument between two people.
Oh, you gotta watch this shit.
Okay. It's a minute long.
Yeah, it's not long at all.
If you want to go, then you go to hill and go down.
Why you get
Okay,
fried,
yes,
man?
right. Are you crazy?
You're fucking
Because
paranoid,
you are
man.
fucking, you are fucking.
You fucking you bloody.
You bloody.
Fuck you bloody. Bastard bitch.
You
fuck you,
bastard,
fuck
you.
you. Bloody fuck you bloody. Fucking mother bloody fucking.
Not only fuck you, bloody, very fuck you, bloody.
What is he saying? Bloody?
Bloody. I
Oh,
mean,
you got
bloody
you
fool, bloody
gotta
idiot.
You
It
gotta
is a
go.
weird hangover.
Don't
of
interrupt the
British-
contriver. Hold on, contriver. Hold on.
Okay.
Benchwood bloody.
Benchwood, you.
You blundered.
No, but why? Is
Bloody no.
Why?
Bloody
That
fucking.
is accident. Then what you wanna do?
Why you fuck me? I fuck you bloody. Bloody bastard. Fucking running like lady, eh?
I remember that.
Bloody. What the fuck, man? Fucking now shout at me, innit? Why you shouting at me?
Because I am going to the work. If you don't do, you do the other places.
Why you shouting?
Because of this, you are doing. I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident.
No, shouting at me no good, man. Me no
but-
shout at you.
But the thing is that,
so
what you
polite.
think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else.
But
do
that
like
one,
this.
if you running like that one, you gonna fucking fall, innit?
But
hurting yourself.
But yeah, because of this, I saved myself.
That one very icy road, man. Okay, have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Okay, have a nice day.
That's India right there, man.
Dude,
Oh, that's
priceless,
gotta be
dude. That
from.
shit makes me crack
Nicest
up every
people on
time
the
I'm-
planet.
if you guys want something that'll make your day a little bit better, fucking watch that. I want you guys to fucking save that, bookmark that fucking tab. Dude,
Well,
it'll help you get through
there
it,
was
but-
a man from there was another man from Texas. I think it was on Reddit or something. He was running a 7-Eleven. Okay, these kids come around, all rednecks who are fully drunk, and they were saying, I hope that they were saying something, and then he started saying something. Then it's changed into a shouting match or something. And in the end, while they were moving out after taking whatever, he sold them more beer while cursing at them.
Why not?
And in the end, while out of the door, he told them, "Call your mom to suck my dick." He took money from them, sold them.
Thank
more
you. Come
beer.
again. Yeah.
Thank you. Come again. Call your mom to suck my dick.
I just know one thing. There are two words you never say to a Sikh cab driver in New York.
Hmm.
The two words: drive fast.
No.
No.
Oh, when he does, he
You,
becomes a
you don't
Formula
want
One
to see
racer.
how fast they'll go. Because
Oh,
they get
hey,
on the FDR freeway and you say drive fast, you'll go back in time.
Contriver Pliskin wants you to say snuggle struggle bastard.
Snuggle struggle bastard.
Contriver, what do you think of that? What do you think of that, man? That's fucking hilarious to me.
Snuggle, and then he is a struggle, and then he is a bastard.
No,
Mr. Bullets knows this better than anybody else.
No, the video. The video.
Hey, there's one I can ask you to say. Can you say this one? Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Could you enunciate it once again?
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
When you like to be a pepper too.
It comes from an old movie called Short Circuit. And
Short Circuit? Oh shit.
Johnny Five.
Yeah, Johnny Five.
Yeah,
There was an Indian guy, and the guy
Johnny
wrote
Five,
it on
that
the
shit cracked
computer
me up,
screen.
man.
That guy
I
was
know.
hysterical. He just wrote, "Wouldn't you
Johnny
like
number
to
5.
be a pepper too?"
Yeah. No, Contriver's never seen it because when I first met Contriver, I was like, man, you sound the guy like the guy off of Johnny Five.
Oh, dude, you've never seen
You gotta-
oh,
you gotta watch
Contriver,
Short
you've never
Circuit,
seen
man.
a movie
It's an
called
old-
Short Circuit?
It's an old industry great.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like it came out in the 80s, like back when all the good movies
yeah.
like Top Gun and Stand By Me came out.
Yeah.
You know, cool movies like Outsiders and shit like that,
Fucking
dude.
Predator,
War Games,
Predator.
yeah, Predator, yeah,
Rambo,
you know, Aliens, you know, yeah.
fucking Van Damme,
Ghostbusters,
he was
when-
good.
when
Blood
that-
kickboxer.
The 80s was an awesome generation, man. But yeah,
Oh,
you
dude.
got to check out Short Circuit.
Yeah,
it was
that's
packed with,
worth a watch.
it was completely packed with toxic masculinity.
It was.
Oh yeah,
It definitely was.
Steve Gutenberg was in it,
Yep, I remember that.
and Ali, yeah, Ali Sheedy and Steve Gutenberg, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I remember that. Young Steve Gutenberg.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Ali
But
Sheedy
no,
from The
it's
Breakfast
funny.
Club.
The only reason I like your accent, the reason I deal in particularly in chemical engineering for whatever reason, there are a lot of Indian people in chemical engineering, so I'm very used to hearing that accent. So I speak to Indian people all the time, so
Yeah.
I know the accent very well, and I absolutely don't mean that in any
Okay.
way disrespectfully.
Oh
No,
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 I
no.
don't.
Look, we when we were, sir, I mean, with the greatest possible respect, I'm not one of those snowflakes who gets agitated by these sort of things. What I get agitated by is the progressive propaganda from both the sides, which I mean, I'm more concerned about the broader picture rather than getting into the intricacies of who calls who what. Even if you would call me a brown nigger on my face, I would never get agitated because I am a brown nigger.
But
I am a brown nigger, and I totally respect that. We used to call each other when Rakim came out, when that Juice Follow the Leader came out, when Snoop Dogg was saying, I'm representing gangsters from across the world. We, with AK-47s in our hands, we were saying, oh yeah, that guy looks cool, so he's representing us. Nigga, what? We used to call each other all the time.
I laugh about that, and the reason I laugh is because I had a really good buddy in chemical engineering school who was an Indian guy. That guy absolutely loved old school rap music, and he talked like the way you did. He reminds me exactly of that guy. You remind me so much of that guy. That guy was badass. He was freaking awesome. I love the hell out of that dude.
Contriver gets away with it because he's brown. I can't say that.
Well, I look, the thing is, I totally understand as to how a straight white man feels in the West.
In today's climate?
So, not even in today's climate, even in the 2010s. I arrived in Canada in 2015, by the way. So I knew.
Why you call me mother?
So I knew.
Why you call me mother?
Yes, that is the video. Good mother.
so I'm trying to rewind it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's play this. It's a minute long.
Increase the volume.
I did. It's all the way high.
Okay.
You guys look. It's all the way high. You guys just mute. Everybody mute so we can hear it.
How dare you?
Mute. I'll even mute myself. So hear background noise here.
Yeah, mute yourself.
Why you call me motherfucker? Because you're being a dog. You're being a dick. You what? Now don't run your ass, okay? Call 911. Yeah, I'm calling. Okay. I'm calling. Don't go out. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Yeah. If your mother is fucked by one man, stay right here. Hey, you said I just think one more goddamn thing about my mother. I said, fuck you, son of a bitch. You are a son of a bitch, I said. I called you one more time. You know what, motherfucker? I hope we drop an atomic bomb on your whole entire motherfucking existence of the Middle East. Fuck you. I hope every motherfucker goes to goddamn hell because I swear to God, one day I'm going to be the motherfucker driving that motherfucking plane. Everybody's going to hell. You're not going to heaven. Huh? Okay, you're not going to heaven. When I come to God, yeah, everybody's going to hell. Yeah, 301. Blue jeans and don't run, pussy. Don't run. I promise you, if anything comes to me and you, I will. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Call your mom to suck my dick.
These are the new Texans, by the way.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's fucking
The
That kid
guy
seemed-
running the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, that kid seemed drunk.
I wish I
Yeah.
had a fly
He
on the
sold
wall.
them more beer. He sold them more beer.
That's hilarious, man.
It's just when I see drama like that, that is just, oh my God.
Hey, Contriver, I just want to say too, hey, it's awesome that you're cool with this and we can all get along and just make fun of this whole fucking thing. I'm glad you're cool with that shit too.
Look, what used to happen is in Canada also, there is some Latino community and, Latino community used to make fun of themselves. They used to say, oh man, we had some techie programmers over there in Calgary. They used to say, oh man, this techie programmer job is not going through. I should have a sign, I will work for food and, I will mow lawns. So he was pretty cool with making fun of himself. I used to make fun of myself as an Appu. Thank you, come again. All the time.
Wait, what about the squishy?
I mean, I don't know what is what. I mean, someone is getting hiccups. So let us wait for a while.
No, that was just me coughing. It's not the coup.
No, I mean, even while inhaling something or, inhaling some incense, it happens. That is why.
You don't get off if you don't cough. I mean,
I never did cannabis and marijuana for the time I was there. I was at one point I was a raging alcoholic. Used to down one bottle of Smirnoff and one bottle of rum in one go.
Get the hell out of here.
Ugh.
Bottle of Crown, a bottle of what?
Bottle of Smirnoff.
Oh, Smirnoff. So vodka?
Smirnoff, yes.
Oh, dude, vodka. Vodka is the nectar of the gods. Vodka is the nectar of the gods. My drink before that was right. I love
Absolute
rum.
blue. All day
Absolutely love rum.
All
I
right.
drink it, yeah, but I didn't care for the aftertaste at all. Period. So yeah. Anyway,
Gentlemen, if you don't mind,
Where's
Harley
the
has a
rum always
question.
gone?
what do I think about prison labor? Would you compare it to slavery?
In the present context or since the inception of the context itself?
I mean, I was thinking this is going to be quite the question to answer.
Yeah.
How about before and after, Contriver? You could talk about how it progressively got changed, like everything else in our society.
Well, I mean, I have to go into the merits of the argument, but the short point is earlier it was not a private prison industrial complex, and since capitalism is there, so government becomes a rubber stamp sort of a thing. Again, apart from going into capitalism and communism and Marxism and all the isms of the world, the Duluth model is what is responsible for mass incarceration of men. So,
Yeah.
in that context, I would say it is a draconian law under which men are actually, put together in cages as animals. On the contrary, there could be many things that could be done while providing them a city with, huge walls and everything, and them actually running a city itself. It should become like Squid Games. And why not?
Why not?
It should
All
be
right.
a blood sports.
Yeah.
Everyone loves it.
I wanted to tell you too, good mother, Better Bachelor put out a video that brought feminism into it when it comes to everything that we're talking about. I think it's there's no more common ground with people that hate you. I think that might be the one.
Yeah.
But his latest one tied in feminism with everything that we're seeing because it all kind of intertwines together.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
actually brought that up in one of his latest videos. So I wanted
Good.
to
Good. Good. That's good news. Okay. In the meantime, before the next person answers, Timothy wants you to say.
Okay. I will say it. Lotto ticket and Slurpee. Happy?
If who would say, would you like some vodka with that beef jerky? What?
Would you like some vodka with that beef jerky?
Yes.
Although
Yes,
Appu would
yes, I
not be
would.
selling beef jerky.
If I heard you say that, yes, I would like some vodka with my beef jerky. You sold me. Got me, man. You fucking upsold me just like a good waitress would do. You sold me, man.
What
All
about
right.
I'm
your
gonna buy some
vodka
vodka
with
with
some?
my beef jerky.
What about your vodka with some butter chicken?
Butter chicken. I almost
Butter
ordered
chicken,
that the other
butter
night.
chicken. It's fucking delicious. anything with butter, especially old school butter, like fucking block butter, is fucking delicious.
Hey, can you say curry in a hurry?
Curry in a hurry.
You guys all better donate to whatever Contriver says for us making fun of him at his expense.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not.
No, he loves it.
We're all fucking with each other. I know.
Oh no, I remember somebody, a colleague at work, telling me about they tried to like cancel the character of Pooh in The Simpsons, and that was Indian people hated that. They love that
We
character.
loved Appu. At least we got a character up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The vast majority of them were just happy to be part of something like that, of being American in the West. It's like, oh my God, we're fucking being represented, man. They loved it. And I'm not even from there. Contriver is.
Okay, Iridium Kush, do you want to have a crack at this question?
Question says, what do I think about prison labor? Would you compare it to slavery? Yes, I would. It's a form of slavery. It's indentured labor. It's forced labor. I think if you take the fact that a person commits a crime or not out of it, if you look at it in and of itself, remove the crime part of it from it, that is forced labor. That is a form of slavery. I would say that. Especially nowadays, like what Contriver said, in the context of how many people are in jail for stupid marijuana convictions or for domestic violence charges, stupid false allegations. Absolutely, yes.
All right. Father Saunders, do you have anything else to add to that, sir?
And what, when it comes to the courts?
No, the question from Luciana Psen.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you guys think about prison labor compared to slavery? Fuck. I don't know. Prison labor in the most righteous of times is punishing for someone for something that they were not supposed to do, whether it be robbery, murder, what have you, right? So you have hard labor or whatever. Would you compare it to slavery? I mean, it can be, but the work maybe, but the prison part of your punishment is doing that labor so that you can be done and go back out into society, right? Isn't that what that's part of? So, I mean, I couldn't say it was slavery because you weren't put there against. I mean, you could argue that it was against your will, but like you fucking actually did something.
Right.
In most cases, that led you to have to go there, right? So I can't compare it in any real way to slavery, because slavery would be something that you were kind of just like, you're here, we own you. We have masters, whatever the fucking case may be. And I think that's about all I got, I think, on that.
I don't know how it works in other states, but I believe here in the state of Texas, all prison labor is voluntary. And normally what you do, they pay you, you don't get minimum wage, but it's like a set wage, depending on the prison, it's voluntary, to give you something to do. A lot of prisoners, want to work and do something productive on a day-to-day basis to give purpose to their life, so it just really depends, I think state by state. I think in Louisiana, they still have chain gangs. I don't know about Mississippi or Alabama, but that was the rumor that they'll work your ass on a chain gang. In Arizona, Sheriff Arpaio was very famous for making everybody wear pink jumpsuits, and putting them outside in tents, scorching heat, and even putting them, to work as well. I mean, it is punishment. You put yourself in that situation. You have a debt to repay to society, so you have to, repay that debt one way or the other. Volunteering to do work in a prison goes, to your record. So, like if you're coming up on a parole, or if you're looking at early release, volunteering for work programs, and for other programs, rehabilitative programs in the prison can help you get an earlier release or an earlier parole, or make you look better on your parole board as a functioning person, that can re-enter society. It just really depends.
I would like to think of it as voluntary indentured servitude. It's that kind of thing. It's not true slavery, but that's what it was like in medieval times. It was indentured servitude. You basically worked for nothing for the fiefdom. It's kind of that way but it's a voluntary. In that case, in the medieval times, it was involuntary. You were forced. But in this case, I would consider it almost voluntary indentured servitude. And I saw the follow-up question from Lucien here. It's coming up on the midterms to overturn allowing free prison labor. I'm not in favor of that. I would not be in favor of that, even though if I consider it a form of indentured servitude or whatever. That's do the crime, do the time, as far as that's as simple as it is for me. Anybody else?
No.
I think
Q and awkward silence.
Everybody lost the train of thought, but just like you were saying, sir, that you had a friend who was of Indian origin as well. Likewise, when we come to the West, we think that our own freedom of speech would be taken into account. And first of all, we are actually, some people come to us, palling up to us, guilt-ridden liberals, gullible, totally liberal marionettes of the world. They try to convince us to follow an easy route. And then some people like me who are always act like a thorn in your eyes. That is how people like me behave. And then the discourse completely changes. Then I have seen the real Mr. Hyde coming out of them. And this is never done by real people who live and laugh amongst each other. This is always done by those people who like to dictate to others. I mean, you know the rest.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to pass out on y'all.
I am too.
I think where's
Yeah,
my
she
mother?
must
Did she pass
she must
out?
be taking a bathroom break or something.
Yes.
Either that, she hit the floor.
No, I hope not. But I am.
No,
gonna,
she's
I,
not.
I,
Her into the table.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night myself, guys. It was
Hey,
good
have a
talking
good night.
with you all.
Nice talking to you again.
Good night.
Nice talking with
Yeah,
you guys.
Saunders, yeah, good to see you, bro.
Good
Hey,
to see you.
you guys have a great night. It was good talking with you.
And Iridium Kush will be streaming on Sunday at 8 o'clock on his channel. Definitely look him up. Unless you want to drop your link to the chat to your channel in the.
I did
in the chat.
already at least once.
Okay.
Drop it in.
Cool.
So, but yeah, looking forward to doing that, and I will probably do another stream before that time. And I've got other ideas lined up in the absence of having things to talk about on YouTube, which is pretty unlikely at this point. I've got other ideas and thoughts in mind, doing like some little like mini series and that kind of stuff. So, got ideas brewing. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I went to get a snack, by the way.
Yeah.
You want to
So
get a
I think
sniff.
Bullets.
Yeah.
I think Bullets and I are about ready to pass out because it's
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
It's 12:30. I need to go to bed. I got a long day tomorrow.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've got a lot to get done
I'm
tomorrow at work.
dreading it. Okay. YOLO to the known self be true. Blah blah blah. Good night,
Blah, blah,
everybody.
blah.
Have a good night,
away,
Bye,
everybody.
smile
bullets.
away.
Bye.
Later, Iridium. Later,
Yeah.
Contriver. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
All right.
I have
Namaste,
to.
sir. Thank you. Come again.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you. Come again. Good night, Saunders. He peaced out before I got back. So yeah.
I was thinking that your stream is going to go, like with, like a lion's roar or something.
Yeah. Well, I have streams I'm lining up at the moment. So I have one scheduled for next Wednesday. One I haven't put up. Well, and Primo's going to be here Monday. One I have scheduled for Saturday, but I don't have a title for it yet, so I haven't put it up. I'm trying to work on getting these gentlemen that committed to doing a stream on the books. So, and I think tomorrow with Harley, but I think, what did Tony say? Did he say he was doing a stream tomorrow? 21 Surfer? I don't know. Got a lot to do.
Oh, yes, you have a lot to do. You
Yeah,
have a lot on your plate.
I
as
do.
well.
I do. Oh, and TNFS's, he hid my witch trial because he hasn't heard from any of the accusers. And that's kind of his thing, false allegations, narcissistic abuse, blah, 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 blah. So he thought... What?
Look, someone has to play the devil's advocate. He could
Yeah.
himself read out the charges against you. A little of somewhat what you know about, and that's it.
No. I want the people that made the charges to lay them against me. I want to be able to face my accuser. Because you know what? These dudes bitch all the time about how blah, 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 women do this shit all the time to men, falsely accuse them of shit, and how they never get their say and all the shit. So it isn't like payback. Like I know where those accusations came from, and I watched it happen. I watched it come from that fucking gulag gang, and that bottom bitch, Awesome Alice, sent her little white knights over into MGTOW. I saw it happen. I just want the fucking dudes to admit that's where the bullshit came from.
They are never going to admit that they are at fault.
Why wouldn't they admit that maybe they fucked up? Maybe they shouldn't have listened to these PUA dudes. Maybe they shouldn't have let them emotionally terrorize them. And maybe they shouldn't have, inadvertently white knighted for Alice.
Well, because that is what they are known for. They are not known for their integrity or anything. They have been taken on a ride, and they still continue to be on ride because it is somehow giving them a huge round of applause across the scene. That's it. I mean, you understand that. Come on, Goodman. Whom are we kidding?
I don't know. I don't get it.
So the witch trial has been postponed or what?
I don't know. TNFS said he hid it because he hadn't heard from any of these accusers. So, I mean, I've heard that people have been talking about it, but I don't fucking know. I don't know.
We can do nothing at this point.
All right. Well, is there anything else I missed? Anything I should?
Would you be able to actually tell people as to what would be the upcoming routine and upcoming chain of events regarding our own turf?
Yeah. I have quite a few streams. I have scheduled. Well, I'm in the process of scheduling people that I connected with, who said they would come up and discuss things. So, yeah, that's all I have. And the Crazy Bitch Boot Camp is going to be a thing. Like, really? Like, really, really? So, yeah. You're going to be busy for like 2 months, aren't you?
Yes. I was actually hoping that some of your guests might come, so I would be able to, have 5 minutes of a chat with them. But I can do that anytime if they are ever coming. Now, the problem with me is last night I didn't sleep
Right.
because of my neck pain and whatnot. So I've been on high dose painkillers and whatnot. So it flared up. I snapped my neck somehow, and I have to go to the doctor. So I had to, stay up late, and that too without any pillow, and that too on floor where I sleep. After that, so I had a few Red Bulls. I mean, 3 Red Bulls I consumed, and that's it. That is why I'm awake. And it
Yeah.
is 11:07 a.m. over here while you are having your midnight snack.
Yeah. Harley wants to know what I think of LGBTQ. I think the L, the radical lesbian feminists, created all the other letters. I think it's an environmental abuse and encouragement that creates gay people. I mean, there are biological stuff behind it, but I think it's mostly environment. That's
Not
what I
even
think.
biological stuff is behind it. I would tell you what it is. I mean, in a nutshell.
Mhm.
This is just my surmise. I could be wrong, but the thing is, just like in your body, if calcium is lower than usual, then you would be suffering from rheumatoid arthritis or osteoporosis. If your blood pressure is high or low, then it is going to lead to brain damage, brain hemorrhage, and heart problems, cardiac arrest, heart attack. Likewise, if a man's body actually makes estrogen as well as testosterone. So if estrogen is made in the same way, just like it is being made normally, and testosterone is not being able, people are not able to actually generate it naturally, of course, not artificially. That is how the eating habits, the food habits, and a little bit of exercise actually helps to boost your testosterone naturally during those flatline periods in the nofap and everything which people try. Now, what happens is there has been an experiment, and in that experiment, a homosexual fellow was given some artificially, what he immediately wanted to have a sexual intercourse with a woman, with artificial. So imagine if naturally it could be, increased by using bits and pieces, especially it is your diet and exercise as well as your daily routine. It's like we used to say, early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. These were thoughts from the day we used to read in our English medium schools when we were little kids. Primary schools, I would say, not even middle school. Uh, these sort of things are totally missing now. Ginseng is very important for boys who are growing up, prepubescent boys, as well as giving them a disciplined lifestyle. And when I say disciplined lifestyle, it totally means a lifestyle where it is sort of a militaristic discipline, like Shaolin Temple. You are going to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and you are going to run for 10 kilometers. It is just your warm up. You are going to come back, you are going to perform all these martial arts sort of exercises, and then you are going to read, and then you are going to write. So if you are preoccupied with that, and when the child goes through puberty, what happens with a boy? What happens with a girl is that they sleep a lot because they are developing estrogen. And what happens with boys is either they are masturbating a lot or they want to run, fight each other, and all that. Why? Because the testosterone is such a driving force and it is natural. So that is why.
Well, I have to tell you, my plane ride to Florida, I was a little worried because I had a female pilot and the support staff were gay men. And I'm sitting on the plane going, this is backwards. I told Cameron, I was like, if I don't make it to Florida and something happens, it's because the pilot was a woman. Just FYI. Hello, Bob.
Polskava. Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Harley. Yeah, we should do a deep dive on that because technically we both come from that community. Gender
We all are a
dysphoria.
community of hippies now.
Gender dysphoria is no joke. I had an environmentally induced gender dysphoria when I was a kid. So I feel like we can speak from that. We're loud. Well, contriver, should we call it?
Yes, we should call it a night.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
Bye, everybody. Timothy, Harley, Bob. Thanks, everybody that came up and chatted. Mr. Pliskin. Crazy bitches in the bushes. I know you're watching. Yeah. Well, my first thought was, I'm sure she's okay if nothing happens, but if something goes wrong and she's going to have to react and respond, I don't think she can fucking do it. Like, I don't trust a woman in that situation. I feel like men get less emotional about that shit.
At this point, saying something regarding that is totally asinine because it serves no purpose. They have already gained the elbow space which they wanted to, and we cannot do anything about it. We can, once the civilization fails, crumbles, and then a new civilization comes up. In that very nascent civilization, we have to be very careful regarding all these cartoon characters to not gain any elbow space ever again.
Yeah. Good night, Nella Wolf. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.